2:30 in the PM, the time allocated for the Senate plenary sitting on this 22nd day of the month of April, the year 2026. This is a live broadcast of the Senate, streaming from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi. And it is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings. Currently on your screens, that is inside the Senate chambers. In a few, we should be expecting to see the Speaker's procession making its way into the chamber. And as we wait for that, we shall take a look at the business that the members of the Senate this afternoon are set to consider. Now, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53(1), where members of the Senate can seek statements or can request for statements from various standing committees of the House on matters that could be relating to county, inter-county, national, regional, or even international concerns. This afternoon, the nominated Senator, Honorable Hamida Kibwana, has two statements. One is that she will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This one is with regards to the integration of civic education in the ongoing voter registration exercise in the country, an exercise that began on the 30th of March and has been on and set to conclude. This is the mass voter registration on the 28th of April. So the Honorable Senator will want the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights to indicate how that particular exercise is going on with regards to the integration of civic education. The Speaker has walked into the chamber. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at times, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The House is yet to correct for the sitting to commence, and the Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung. This is for 10 minutes, of course, as provided for in the House standing orders. And as we wait for the House to correct, we shall continue to take a look at the business that the Senate shall be transacting this afternoon. Earlier on, I had indicated that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53.1, the nominated Senator Honorable Hamida Kibwana will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights regarding the integration of civic education in the ongoing voter registration exercise in the country. The integration of civic education, basically civic education plays a critical role in the success and credibility of a voter registration exercise, and its integration basically would at least help in increasing public awareness, also promote informed participation, also encourages inclusivity, minimizes irregularities. It also empowers citizens, and this is an exercise that is ongoing. So this particular statement, the Senator will be seeking to understand more regarding the integration of civic education. The nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana also will be seeking another statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This one regards the anomalies in voter details displayed on the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that is IEBC's voter verification portal. This is a statement that the Honorable Senator will be seeking answers to from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. If you're just joining us, is that the House about to commence? There is a quorum hitch, and currently is a quorum bell that is underway to alert members of the Senate that the House is about to commence, though there is a quorum hitch, and that their presence inside the chamber is highly required. So in a short while, we believe that quorum shall be attained and the business will, without any further delay, commence. Pursuant to the provisions of the same standing order, that is 53 paragraph 1, the Senator for Wajir, Honorable Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, also will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the state of healthcare services in Wajir County. This is the Senate live proceedings, the plenary sittings about to commence. The Speaker has already made his way into the chamber. The prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch, but the members will be in no time. This afternoon also, as the members convene for the plenary, there is a motion by the implementation, or rather regarding the implementation of the recommendations by select committees. One, the County Public Accounts Committee and the County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee. This regards the Auditor General's reports for the financial year 2024-2025. This is a motion that the senators will be picking up debate on. The debate on this particular motion was interrupted on the Thursday, the 2nd of April, the year 2026. This is the very day that the senators went on a short recess, and now this particular business is set to resume on the floor of the House this afternoon regarding the concerns that the two watchdog committees had raised on the response by a section of county bosses or governors who do not honor summons that are being given by these committees. These are committees that are mandated to examine the use of, and there are concerns that the committees have raised from the conduct of the governors. These are concerns that have been raised by the Auditor General's report on the use of monies. However, a section of governors, as had been indicated by the committees, have failed to appear before the Senate, and therefore there are some resolutions that the Senate, even before their short recess, had put forth regarding or including escalating the matters to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution as well as the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, the EACC, to be able to take action on the governors who failed to show up before the committees. Also, other resolutions included adopting the Auditor General's report as is, and the senators also at that time had put out a list of governors who had failed to show up. So in this particular motion, some of the resolutions that the House will be taking include track the implementation of the Senate-approved recommendations and table monthly progress reports detailing compliance status. Also, fast track the next audit cycle by prioritizing Auditor General's reports on county financial statements for the year ended 30th of June 2026, tabling committee reports promptly to enable thorough senatorial scrutiny, enforce fiduciary accountability by re-summoning non-compliant county governors, recommending sanctions for defiance, including budget withholding under Article 229, and also escalating unresolved cases to the Controller of Budget, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, or the Director of Public Prosecutions as appropriate. Also, in this particular motion, the Senate will be seeking to resolve that the two committees or the select committees collaborate with oversight bodies, including the Controller of Budget, EACC, and DPP, to impose consequences under Chapter 6, that is on leadership and integrity, for governors' failure to appear, including contempt charges, suspension of county equitable share, personal liability for losses, and also disqualification from future electoral candidacies. Decisions that the members of the Senate, as they consider this particular motion, will be seeking to put forth just to ensure the quorum seems to have been attained. Allow me to hand you over to the broadcast. Good afternoon.
Order, honorable senators, we do have quorum now, so kindly let's settle down. Senator Fernandi, please take your seat. Clerk, you may call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make regarding the operationalization of the additional features of the Titan Multimedia Congress system. Honorable Senators, as you are aware, the Titan Multimedia Congress system has been in use since the commencement of the 5th session on a pilot basis with progressive rollout of its features. I wish to inform you that the system has now been configured to allow for dual speaking requests, one for debate and general comments on the business before the Senate, and the other for interventions. You will notice that the touchscreen interface now incorporates a floating icon resembling a raised hand. This icon gives you two options: requests and intervention. Pressing on either or both of these options will add you to the corresponding queues from which the Speaker picks a senator to speak. As has been the case, you're able to ascertain that your request has been queued from the mic icon on the touchscreen interface. Now, honorable senators, in addition to the dual speaking requests, your delegates units have been reconfigured to incorporate a browser that will allow you to access the internet. Further, the service application has been customized to the needs of the Senate and is now operational. You're now able to request for assistance from the Sergeant-at-Arms at the touch of a button. Honorable Senators, as I conclude, I wish to emphasize that following the operationalization of the biometric sign-in, the use of key cards has been discontinued. I therefore urge all senators who have not yet registered their fingerprints to do so at the earliest opportunity to facilitate the effective participation in plenary proceedings and to ensure the recording of the attendance. I thank you. Yes, Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to get a clarification on your communication. Mr. Speaker, biometric fingerprints are a permanent identity, which when compromised, there's nothing you can be able to do. It's not a password. If some of us feel very strongly about using our fingerprints because of our beliefs on the dangers that we face, if your permanent identity is compromised, why can't we use cards? And this system provides for a choice between a card and fingerprints. Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to kindly reconsider your communication, because some of us feel very strongly about using our fingerprints in a system which we have got no control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherenke.
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate your communication, but on the issue of use of these gadgets, Mr. Speaker, one is, I wish Senator Crystal Lasige was here. You heard her yesterday on record complaining that people living different heavily have a challenge in terms of using these gadgets. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the issue that we raised in conclusion last time of access of multiface. Mr. Speaker, before you access the documents in this gadget, it takes forever, Mr. Speaker. You have to open Congress file, then go to the order of business, order paper, then go to order paper, go to reports, go to minutes, Mr. Speaker. Is there a way we can have an access direct without having to go so many pages, Mr. Speaker? It's very difficult to access. Even our phone PIN numbers are not as complicated as this gadget, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator for Nairobi City County.
Speaker, because I'm the one who sits next to Senator Crystal Lasige, let me just try and explain what the issue is. Because we have a floating icon, that floating icon, you have to have the ability to see it where it is on the screen, because as you've noticed, it actually is movable. And the unit itself, Honorable Speaker, there was provision for visually impaired persons. If you look at the microphone or the speaking request place, there's actually braille here. But now with this new icon, it is very difficult for Senator Crystal to be able to know when her request has been put in and so on and so forth. So I think for the sake of Senator Crystal and any other person who might come to this house, I think that system needs to be tweaked to be able to enable her put in requests. I have to do it for her, Honorable Speaker, and it is very unfair. Thank you.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I think that some of us have actually been able to toe the line and respect the directive that was given by your office to be able to give our biometrics to access this system. But Mr. Speaker, in no any certain terms can we disregard what Senator Olekina has brought to this house. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we trust the institution and despite the fact that we did follow the instructions that were given about the use of biometrics, there hasn't been clear communication about the security of that data that has been given out, Mr. Speaker. Up until this point, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any understanding of vendor management in regards of data protection of the members of this House. Mr. Speaker, up until this point, we don't have any understanding of access, control, and monitoring of the data that has been taken of members of this House that have been given to this system, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, up until this time, when we had given our biometrics, Mr. Speaker, we don't know anything about the encryption of that data and how it is stored and who is accessing it whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. So the concern that Ledamo Olekina has brought, the Senator of Narok has brought to this House, Mr. Speaker, is one that we should not throw under the bus, because in the use of biometrics in any organization, data minimization in terms of access must be guaranteed to absolute terms, Mr. Speaker. So in as much as some of us have told the line, Mr. Speaker, we would want those issues that I've raised be addressed to be able to ensure that the security of this biometric data, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Kavindu.
Mike. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from plus all what other senators have said, I started trying to put my fingerprint on this machine since they were brought, and it has rejected completely. So it takes me to send for the card to come and operate with it. So this might even delay one from speaking or even debating. So, Mr. Speaker, just consider that. Thank you.
Senator Haji.
Can I have the mic? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to weigh in on this matter. Having listened to Senator Olekina and Senator Eddy, I believe they raise valid issues in terms of our biometrics being taken at the Senate. And considering the fact that we're here for usually a period of 5 years, and some of us might be lucky enough to come back to the House or not. As a way of compromise, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that the Senate and the senators have a sort of written agreement in terms of the use of their biometric, because this is personal data which is going to be held by the Senate, and we need assurances that there will be no misuse of the personal data, such as our fingerprints, and that upon the conclusion of our term here at the Senate, it will be properly deleted from the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante, mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nataka mimi kujiunga na wenzangu kuhusikana na ile taarifa ambayo umetusomea hivi punde. Bwana Spika, ninaona matumizi ya kidole. Matumizi ya kidole ili kujitambulisha katika hizi mashini zetu hapa ndani ya bunge, tunakadiria kwamba matumizi ya kidole, Mheshimiwa Spika, utakuwa unatoa siri ambayo wewe mwenyewe pengine hukutarajia, lakini inaweza kutumika vibaya kwa wakati ujao. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakubaliana na wenzangu vile walivyosema kwamba tuko katika bunge kwa muhula wa miaka 5 na pengine tuweza kuongezewa, lakini yao ni matumaini. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi naona kutumia kidole kujitambulisha hakuna tofauti na kuacha kitambulisho chako hapa. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi ningesema pengine kutumiwe mbinu zingine ambazo sisi tunaweza kuitambulisha, kama kadi tunaweza kubeba, ama hata kama kuna badge wanataka sisi tuvae ili kutambulisha kama sisi tuko hapa, pia tunaweza kuvaa, ama tubunishe mbuni nyingine tofauti na ile ambayo iliko katika taarifa ya kwamba tutumie vidole. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu kuna njia nyingi ambazo tunaweza kuzifuata, mimi naona njia hii ya kutumia kidole haifai, ama sio haina itatoboa siri nyingi katika maisha yako, kwa sababu mtu anaweza kwenda hata bank akichukua teknolojia hapa na ukakuta pesa zako zote zimeporwa ndani ya bank, kwa sababu kidole kinakutambulisha hata kwenye ile kadi yako pale ya bank ama mahali popote unapotumia kadi zako za siri. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Hamida.
Asante Bwana Spika, na mimi nakubaliana na Bwana Spika. Kidole changu kilikataa kuchukua biometrics. Kwa hivyo mpaka leo siwezi kuweza kubonyeza. Kwa hivyo kila mara huwa natumia kadi. Nafikiria mimi na Senator Agnes Mudhama tunatumia kadi, lakini kila mara kadi zetu huwa zimepotea na hazipatikani. Kama sasa nimeitisha kadi yangu, nilikuwa nayo asubuhi, na kwa sasa haipatikani tena kadi yangu, nasikia imetolewa. Na mimi kidole changu pia kilikataa kuchukua. Kwa hivyo hata mimi napata shida sana Bwana Spika. Asante.
Now, honorable senators, the concerns that have been raised by you are concerns that are very valid. I will therefore consult the service provider on all the aspects that you've raised, and I'll make a further communication, possibly tomorrow. If need be, if there are more elaborate explanations to be done by the service provider, I may actually call for Kamkunji, so that everybody is explained and they are comfortable with this system. Yes, for those who have issues, can they get their cards? Those who have issues with the systems. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 22nd April 2026. The Civil Aviation Aeronautical Information Service Regulations Legal Notice number 45 of 2026. The Civil Aviation Aeronautical Radio Frequency Spectrum Utilization Regulations Legal Notice number 46 of 2026. The Civil Aviation Operation of Aircraft General Aviation Aeroplanes Regulations Legal Notice number 47 of 2026. The Civil Aviation Rules of Air Regulations Legal Notice number 48 of 2026. The Civil Aviation Instruments, Equipment and Flight Documents Regulation Legal Notice number 49 of 2026. The Civil Aviation Personnel Licensing Regulations Legal Notice number 50 of 2026. The Civil Aviation Safe Transport of Dangerous Goods by Air Regulations Legal Notice number 51 of 2026. The Civil Aviation Helicopters Regulations Legal Notice number 52 of 2026. The T-Levy Regulations Legal Notice number 56 of 2026. The T Regulation and Licensing Regulations the T Registration and Licensing Regulations Legal Notice number 65 of 2026. The Teacher Service Commission Annual Report for Financial Year 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Honorable Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two statements. The first one is on the integration of civic education in the voter registration exercise. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the integration of civic education in the ongoing voter registration exercise in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, while voter registration remains a critical pillar of democratic participation, the true strength on an electoral process lies not merely in the number of citizens enlisted, but in the extent to which they are adequately informed, critically aware, and able to exercise their democratic rights responsibly. There is growing concern that even as efforts are intensified to expand the voters' role, insufficient attention is being given to civic education. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the measures being undertaken by the relevant institutions to integrate civic education into voter registration exercises to ensure that mobilization is matched by voter preparedness. Number two, whether there's adequate support for continuous and structured voter education, particularly for young people and first-time voters. Number three, the extent to which civic education has been mainstreamed in schools, communities, and public programs, and the measures being considered to address the apparent neglect of civic learning in national development and public education efforts. Number four, the interventions in place by the government and relevant agencies to promote and politically conscious electorate. Finally, the number of officers assigned to the ongoing voter registration exercise, whether the number is adequate, and whether there is need to deploy additional personnel and resources to support both voter registration and civic education. My next statement is anomalies in voter details displayed on the voter verification portal. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the observed anomalies in voter details displayed on the IBC Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission voter verification portal. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 4th April 2026, several citizens were unable to retrieve their details on the IBC voter verification portal, while others encountered missing information, inconsistencies, or other errors in the registration data. This challenge sparked public outrage and raised concern over the integrity of the registrar of voters. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, whether the Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission, IBC, has undertaken an audit to establish the nature and extent of anomalies in voter details displayed on the voter verification portal as observed on 4th April 2026, and if so, obtain the findings of such audit, including the details on the number of voters whose details are either inaccurate or missing. Number two, the causes of the observed anomalies, including whether they are related to errors in the register of voters. Number three, the steps taken by IBC to rectify the anomalies and restore the full functionality, reliability, and accessibility to the portal. And finally, whether affected voters will be given an opportunity within an extended time, if necessary, to verify the corrected registration details. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 531 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Health on matter of county-wide concerns regarding the elements states of health services in Wajir County. Honorable Speaker, Wajir County health systems is facing a lot of challenges with many facilities that are non-functional. Despite the heavy investment that the county has done, that the county has actually constructed several infrastructures, but they're left unattended to, and they are not functional, most of them. We have level 5 hospital that's coming up, about 4 level 4 hospitals. Honorable Speaker, despite all these facilities being done, which we appreciate, but the development is actually not commensurate to the number of staff that are available. There is high turnover of staff, that many staff are leaving due to many challenges, poor working conditions, lack of allowances, lack of leave, shortage of drugs, and even some places where the structures are, there is even no water. Members of staff have a problem even getting water, especially during that area being a dry land area. Water shortage is actually high, and there's a very poor working condition for the staff. And as a result, the county is facing high turnover of staff and because of working conditions. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following: the current staffing levels across all public health facilities in Wajir County and the reasons for the widespread staff shortages, the total number of health facilities in Wajir County, and details of the number of staff serving in each facility. 3, the number of health facilities that are currently closed or non-operational, and outline the specific cause in each case. 4, measures put in place by the county government of Wajir to recruit, deploy, and retain health workers, and the rationale behind constructing and upgrading health facilities without corresponding investment in human resources. 5, the immediate interventions being undertaken to reopen closed facilities and to ensure continuous and effective service delivery across the county. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, statements pursuant to Standing Order 58. Senator Osotsi.
Statement on the grave and unprovoked assault against my person. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 58 to make a statement regarding the grave and provoked and politically motivated physical assault and attempted assassination directed at me. Mr. Speaker, sir, the incident occurred at West End Mall in Kisumu, an establishment renowned for its stringent security measures and home to key businesses, including the prestigious Acacia Hotel. Despite the mall's reputation for safety, I was violently attacked by a mob of 17 assailants. I have since recorded a statement with the police, yet I'm deeply disturbed by the apparent indifference of both the police and the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. Their lack of urgency in pursuing justice undermines the rule of law and emboldens those who believe they can attack elected leaders with impunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, shockingly, only 3 of the suspected surrendered themselves to the police and were subsequently released on bond of Kenya shillings 1 million each, which they effortlessly paid. The remaining 14 suspects are still at large. This is glaring failure of law enforcement, despite overwhelming evidence provided by the residents of Kisumu and eyewitnesses, raises troubling questions about the commitment of the police to uphold justice. The Principal Secretary, State Department of Internal Security and National Administration, one Dr. Raymond Omolo, informed the National Assembly that police had intensified efforts to apprehend the additional suspects while responding to a statement by the Member of Parliament for Luanda constituency, Honorable Dick Maungu. The Principal Secretary himself is adversely mentioned and allegedly linked to the gun. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, Honorable Murkomen, later stated before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security that the 14 suspects had fled to a neighboring country. Mr. Speaker, this is shocking because these 14 suspects are reportedly to be still in Kisumu town. Mr. Speaker, sir, this same gang is alleged to have been directly involved in a similar attack in early March 2026 at Best Western Hotel, formerly known as Fairway Hotel in Kisumu, that is associated with Irungu Nyakera. Despite huge business losses, to date, no arrest has been made. The ringleader has been identified and named publicly by a Kisumu resident, yet he has neither been questioned or arrested. Failure to apprehend the remaining suspects and their leader puts my life and the lives of other leaders who may be targeted in grave danger, particularly, Mr. Speaker, as the Linda Mwananchi team is scheduled to hold a public rally in Kisumu on Sunday, the 26th April 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, the indigeneity that I was subjected to as an elected leader and the Senator of Vihiga County was profoundly traumatic, not only to me personally, but also to my family and the people of Vihiga whom I represent. It is deeply regrettable that the government-associated bloggers have sought to divert attention from the real issue, namely the threat to my life, thereby compounding the torment my family and I continue to endure. This attack was not random. It was calculated act of political intimidation directly tied to my principled stand on matters concerning the Orange Democratic Movement Party and broader national issues. On Friday, 27th March 2026, I was irregularly and unlawfully removed from my position as a deputy party leader of that party during a special delegates convention. Though I chose not to contest this illegitimate decision, I resolved to continue exercising my constitutional rights through active participation in the Linda Mwananchi political group. My unwavering support for my colleagues facing political persecution, particularly the ODM Secretary General, Honorable Senator Edwin Sifuna, who has evidently provoked powerful individuals within the party who now seek to silence me through violence and intimidation. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a growing concern about the entrenched culture of political goons and the grave danger it poses to the society. The increasing reliance on informal security by government actors is alarming and may directly linked to the rising insecurity across the country. A case is in point is a recent attack in Kisumu, a day before the Linda Mwananchi rally in Kakamega, where goons targeted the governor of Siaya, Honorable James Orengo, and myself at the Royal Swiss Hotel in the presence of police officers. To date, no arrests have been made in connection with that incident. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is disheartening that top officials of my party, ODM, have neither disavowed the smear and diversionary attempt to justify the violence against me, nor unequivocally condemned the brutal attack. Their loud silence and ambivalency amounts to endorsement of political thuggery and intolerance in general, and justification of the attack on me in particular. Mr. Speaker, sir, today the message from this House against political thuggery and intolerance must be unequivocal and unambiguous, and in favor of the rule of law for all the citizens. To that effect, this House must demand and ensure all the planners, financiers, facilitators, executors of the violent attacks are apprehended and brought to justice, because it is beyond doubt that this gang couldn't have pulled off this attack in broad daylight without the cover of some powerful individuals, apparently beyond the reach and purview of the police and the law. It must be nipped in the bud before it spirals beyond control to consume more elected leaders and other Kenyans at large. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to thank the Java staff fraternity, my security, and the customers who witnessed the attack and came to my rescue, leading the attackers to flee. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Senate Minority Leader, Senate Retired Justice Stewart Mazayo, who despite immense pressure not to assist me from my own party people and working tirelessly in conjunction with the Parliamentary Service Commission and your office, Mr. Speaker, arranged my emergency airlift to Nairobi an act that undoubtedly saved my life. My immense gratitude also goes to my fellow colleague senators, leaders across the political divide, led by Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Governor James Orengo, and Senator Edwin Sifuna, the entire Linda Mwananchi Brigade, and Kenyans at large for their unwavering solidarity and support during this ordeal. I have mentioned you as among others. I further commend the Karen Hospital for their exemplary medical care and specialized attention, which ensured my swift and full recovery. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that you have gone through the same incident in 2012, which you lost one of your security. Mr. Speaker, sir, the matter is not merely personal to me, as some people may imagine, or some even celebrating. It is a test of our nation's commitment to democracy, justice, and the protection of its leaders. And I want to urge this House to treat it with the seriousness it demands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will allow Senator Ledama to make his request for a statement pursuant to Standing Order 53.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of national concern regarding seed certification, importation, and approved processing facilities by the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Services, KEFIS, for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, sir, KEFIS is mandated to regulate and assure the quality of agricultural inputs, including the certification of seeds for planting. However, a significant proportion of certified seeds in use within the country is imported, which raises concern as to the extent of local seed production. This has implications for the development of domestic seed systems and the strengthening of local agricultural value chain. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. Number one, the total quantity in kilograms of certified maize, wheat, dry beans, barley, tomatoes, and onion seed that were produced and certified by KEFIS within Kenya during the year 2025, disaggregated by seed company and crop species. Number two, the total quantity in kilograms of certified maize, wheat, dry beans, barley, tomato, and onions seed imported into Kenya during the year of 2025, disaggregated by importing companies and crops species. Number three, the number of all seed companies that operate approved seed processing facilities in Kenya during the year 2025, including the name of each company and the physical location of each approved processing facility. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes on the statements that have requested under Standing Order 53.1. The Honorable Senator for Nairobi City County, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just to comment on the statement by Senator Hamida. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, we are all concerned about the environment in which we are going to have the elections of 2027. And part of that of voter registration, the sanctity of the voters register, the fact that it is a right reserved only for Kenyans to be able to exercise that right. And Honorable Speaker, as I said yesterday, sometimes it is quite alarming, the information that comes from the IEBC. We would want that the Commission understands that this is a very solemn duty that they've been given to undertake. and that they must speak with clarity. There was confusion just a few weeks ago when they said that people who had registered prior to 2012 would have to re-register again. And it was not helpful because one commissioner is saying something and the chair himself is saying something else. There are many, many concerns, and I would want, Honorable Speaker, that the Commission understands that Kenyans need regular briefings from them on what they are doing to address some of those things. Indeed, I also received reports of people who are checking details on the portal and finding that somehow they have been transferred without their consent. And I saw the Honorable Mark Mwenje, the Member of Parliament for Embakasi West, also raised concerns regarding a specific incident, Honorable Speaker. And we want to hear directly from the Commission on what it is doing to avert all these things. And when we speak about the entire environment, Honorable Speaker, I would also want to urge those in power today to understand that all of us have a responsibility to maintain peace in this country. We all have a responsibility to protect our democracy, Honorable Speaker. The sort of environment in which an election is had is more important than even the act of casting the ballot itself. Speaker, we live in a region where we see very strange things happening. In our region, there's places where you can't hold campaign meetings. There's countries where political parties and political leaders have been banned and put in jail, respectively, Honorable Speaker. And we don't want that disease in Kenya. We would want to be allowed to canvass our thoughts. Let people hold meetings, Honorable Speaker. Let people feel free to walk around their own country. And it is saddening, Honorable Speaker, that it can deteriorate to a place where, political violence used to be restricted to political events. It is one thing for somebody to ambush you at a rally and assault you or send goons to your meeting. But it is a totally different spectre, Honorable Speaker, that you can be seated at a restaurant having coffee or tea with your family and people send goods to attack you there. I think we must all condemn that culture very strongly, Honorable Speaker. And the most saddening thing is after what happened to Senator Ososi, we saw choreographed narratives being run on social media by people who are associated with senior people in government. We must condemn that, Honorable Speaker. And finally, personally, I want to thank the clerk of this House. Senator Ososi, you might not know that when I called Jeremiah Nyegenye, he was one of the people who acted very swiftly in conjunction with the minority leader and the office of the Speaker to ensure that you are brought to Nairobi for treatment. So we thank the Speaker and the Clerk of the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Cheranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, yesterday, the chairperson of IEBC, Erastus Etakon, has directed that any person who will misbehave or misparticipate in elections will be disqualified. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the IEBC for taking that bold decision that the issue of electoral process is very critical, Mr. Speaker. It is as important as what Senator Amida Kibwana has brought before the House on the issue of ongoing registration process, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the IEBC for saying, and I hope my colleagues who are in political space, Mr. Speaker, will adhere to the rules of not being disqualified, Mr. Speaker, and therefore they must consider even this issue of hooliganism, Mr. Speaker. Why is it that before the elections we are allowing issues of hooliganism to happen, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, a former member of County Assembly called Edwin Misoi was attacked, Mr. Speaker, for having different view, Mr. Speaker, on this issue of election process, Mr. Speaker. Senator Otsosi was a victim, and I want to warn, Mr. Speaker, there is a philosopher who said, when they came for me, I did not speak because I was not one of them. But when no one will speak for you, you'll be alone, Mr. Speaker. I went and saw Senator Otsosi, Mr. Speaker. He was shining like a foil paper, Mr. Speaker, after being attacked by goons, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, we should stop this, sorry for using nonsense. Whenever a politician or a leader is attacked, there is always a narrative they want to use a woman, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that somebody innocent, when Senator Otsosi was sitting with somebody from the office, his office, Mr. Speaker, is now being branded, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, no one is safe because we have shown that you can attack a member of parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I want to warn my colleagues, if we don't speak and defend against hooliganism that we are seeing against our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, don't think you are in government now, nothing will happen to you, Mr. Speaker. We must speak again. And I want to thank your office, Mr. Speaker, the clerk of the Senate, you yourself, Mr. Speaker. Let us, for the election process to happen in this country, Mr. Speaker, we must and should agree, Mr. Speaker, on all. Mr. Speaker, I'm well versed. I saw you yesterday with your colleagues from Coast Region. We must, as you meet, you must agree that let us allow the election, although I didn't see your senator was not in that meeting, I hope in future he'll be there. We must agree that the election process, Mr. Speaker, should and must be ongoing, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I saw the CS in charge of Interior yesterday speaking before National Assembly and saying he doesn't know where the hooligans are, they are in somewhere in Uganda. That is incompetence, Mr. Speaker, that we should not allow. They are giving some of us a bad name, Mr. Speaker. You have all the resources, Mr. Speaker, to track and arrest those hooligans. They must be arrested, Mr. Speaker. I support, Mr. Speaker, and quick recovery to Senator Outsource.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, la kwanza ni kwamba nataka sote tuweze kumshukuru katibu wetu wa bunge la Senate kwa ujasiri aliofanya baada ya kupata taarifa hiyo kutoka kwa ndugu zangu James Orengo na vile vile Edwin Sifuna, na halafu pia yeye akaweza kumpigia mimi simu akanambia tumechukua hatua, na pia vile vile kaweza kuelezwa na wengine kutoka sehemu mbalimbali kwamba ndugu yako amepigwa sasa hivi mwenzako senator, na ingefaa ujue hiyo, na nikachukua hatua. Bwana Spika, leo tunamwona Ososi yuko hai. Ana bahati. Manake kama ingekuwa angekuwa peke yake na hakukuwa na mtu, wangekuwa pengine walimmaliza. Bwana Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lolote likitendeka kwa senator hapa ndani ni jukumu la kila senator hapa ndani ya Senate kujihusisha. Na mimi nilikuwa siwezi kumwacha ndugu yangu Osotsi kwa sababu hati yako kwa pande nyingine ama namna gani, ama tuko na tofauti zetu za kisiasa. Uhai wake ni muhimu sana kwa familia yake na ndani ya Senate vile vile. Mstahiki Spika, mambo haya ya kuletewa gunzi ama kuletewa watu wa kuja kuleta fujo, mimi na wewe tuko na testimony ama tuko na ushahidi wa kutosha wa kwamba watu ambao wanaingia wanataka kupiga wanasiasa. Tuliupata kwanza na watu 5 walikufa pale kiwanja cha Mtwapa ambapo tulikuwa tunafanya declaration. Bahati nzuri kwako wewe ukaepuka. Lakini wale ambao walikuwa wanafikiria mimi ndio kingi wakanichapa mimi na nikaanguka, na nikawa hali yangu ikawa tofauti sana. Manake nilikatwa na panga kwa kichwa, hata wewe mwenyewe ulikuja hospitali ukaniona. Kwa hiyo tunasema hii tabia kama hii lazima ikome. Na tunauliza watu katika wizara ya ulinzi kuona ya kwamba vitendo kama hivi vinaletwa mbele ya wanasiasa, vitendo kama hivi ambavyo vinatendwa kwa watu na guns iweze kukomeshwa. Na hatua hivi sasa ya kuambia kwamba wale watu walimkanyaga Osotsi washikwe na wapelekwe kotini ili haki itendeke. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Newt.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to comment on the statement by Senator Amida Kibwana on civic education, especially regarding voters, Mr. Speaker. But I must say that even as we educate voters on their rights to vote and the way to vote, that, Mr. Speaker, there must be peace in order for a good election or a fair and free election to happen. And, Mr. Speaker, then that raises the emerging issue of goons and attacks against politicians and other Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. And it cannot be a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. The attack on Senator Osotsi, for example, cannot be a coincidence, Mr. Speaker, because there have been other attacks against politicians, and I have also been a victim. Mr. Speaker, I was in Wetima Church with the second deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, when an attack happened, and it was perpetrated by people who had been ferried by a police vehicle, Mr. Speaker. And nothing has been done up to this point, Mr. Speaker. We have suffered the same fate. The other pattern that is so clear, Mr. Speaker, is that any time a leader is removed from their office, then what is following is physical assault or attack on them. And Mr. Speaker, I say that because when Rigathi Gachagua was impeached by this House, it did not end there. He has been followed with physical attack, Mr. Speaker, severally. It seems there is a pattern. Senator Osotsi is removed as deputy party leader of ODM, and the same thing happens. This is a pattern. It cannot be a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. And these are attacks happening in broad daylight, and no action is being taken against the offenders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that after Senator Osotsi was attacked in Kisumu, that an image emerged on social media of PS for Interior, Remo Odomolo, with the two of the goons that attacked Senator Osotsi, Mr. Speaker. Not to forget that the same Linda Mwananchi group were almost attacked again at Kisumu International Airport, Mr. Speaker. This is a pattern that is emerging, and we cannot accept to allow our country to grow a culture of goons. Mr. Speaker, not long ago, on July 7th, there were goons walking in this city saying that they had been sent by the governor of Nairobi to protect, in their language, to Linda Gigi, Mr. Speaker, and they were walking with police alongside them. This is something that we cannot allow in this country. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to say as I conclude, that if the attacks on Senator Osotsi were coming from ODM, and I'm not saying they were coming from there, but if they were coming from there, then ODM, which has had the support of the Luhya and the Luos, then it means that the Luhya community that has been supporting ODM then now feels threatened, Mr. Speaker, especially because
Senator Okech.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I also want to add my voice to the statement by Senator Amida and express that it's extremely important that indeed we do look at the environment for which you're going to go to the next election. Many things have happened, dynamics have changed, populations have changed, and it's extremely important that as leaders of this country, we must be able to arrest that environment, because it's from that environment that we'll either have a stable and steady country after the elections or otherwise not. And I want to also add my voice to what we saw happening as a result of that kind of environment to our own Senator Osotsi, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I must say, Mr. Speaker, that if anybody or any speaker in terms of a senator stands in this House and trivializes this matter to be a party issue, then, Mr. Speaker, is so unfortunate. This is an issue that, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting that as a House, we would have taken even a chance to come back and have a special session on. Because, Mr. Speaker, in any nation, when a leader can be attacked, it doesn't matter who organized, it doesn't matter how it was organized, it doesn't matter who planned it, it doesn't matter who was behind it. Any leader who has been elected in any country cannot be attacked in any public space to the extent that we saw happen to Senator Osotsi and goes unnoticed. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that I wish that this House could take seriously and stop politicking about it. Some of us, Mr. Speaker, you know, that are very serious proponent of the broad-based government. And Mr. Speaker, I actually even agree with the decision of what the ODM party made about Senator Osotsi in terms of if his ideology had changed and he no longer supports the majority decision of what the leadership of ODM wants, then in fact, it is honorable for him to actually relinquish its duty of leading that faction that is the largest. But that said, Mr. Speaker, being attacked is a whole different equation. That's why personally I did go to the hospital to see him. I did issue a press statement in the hospital, even with other factions that I don't necessarily align with. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a small issue. It can happen to you. It can happen to any other senator. In fact, if you let it pass in the nose of politics, Mr. Speaker, then it means that even your own opponent in the grassroots, even national politics, can organize goons and actually maim you and injure you and even kill you in the grassroots, Mr. Speaker. So it's an issue that I wish that could give a lot more gravity. I know that under Standing Order 58, we're not supposed to be able to deal with this issue because we're not supposed to comment on it, but give us a chance, Mr. Speaker, maybe to have a special session on this issue. Apart from that, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I have 1 minute, but I wanted to comment on the seed sovereignty statement by Senator Olekina, Mr. Speaker. We must have data of imported seeds and what we are producing in order to give our farmers control over their local food system.
Senator Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country has come of age in terms of its growth in democratic practice. Mr. Speaker, our neighbors from from Uganda, Tanzania, and across the larger East African community watch Kenya with a lot of admiration in terms of the way we practice our democracy, and they wish to emulate Kenya. Now, what has happened to our brother Osoti is a very sad situation. And if us, the political leaders, will not condemn it with the strongest words possible, in order to make sure that that democratic space and that growth we've realized is not taken back by, acts of lawlessness in terms of goons being used against individuals, then the future will look extremely, dark when we look ahead and look at the growth of the democracy versus the events that are taking shape. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that Kenyans, as well as the political leaders, understand that we can practice our democracy in the context of willing buyer, willing sender, rather than coercing anybody into accepting any certain, political thoughts in this country. Political parties, as well as politicians, should be able to canvass this country freely to be able to participate in political space. Mr. Speaker, I was invited recently by Senator Wambua alongside many senators, and I was the only odd one out from the Kenya Kwanza side. And Mr. Speaker, everybody was speaking very wildly against the sitting government. And when I stood up to speak, I had to really nurse the crowd and be able to even share my ideas out without being booed. There was a little bit of booing from Senator Sifuna, who was in the front line there. But otherwise, we put the point across and we managed to communicate despite the fact that we were from two different political divides. I invited my colleagues, Senator Sifuna, Eddie, and the rest, and they really hammered the sitting government in Mandera. Against, in a county that is politically aligned differently from theirs. But the public listened to them. Nobody booed and jeered at them. And that is the kind of democracy we want to nurture in this country, so that we're able to make sure that if I went to Kisii today and I want to put up a rally as UDM party leader, I expect to be listened.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to comment on the statement that my dear sister, Senator Hamida, made in regards to voter education or civic education. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative. And we as leaders here must lead that civic education. If we don't do it, the future generation will blame us for having only lined our pockets and forgotten about them. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of political polarization, which is slowly creeping into this country, should actually allow divergence of opinion. My good friend, Senator Otsotsi, went to Narok, and he said, shame on you, Ledam. Did I beat him up? I had the ability to go and beat him up. But that was his view, you know. So I really want to call upon all Kenyans for us to allow divergence of opinion. I'm saddened, Mr. Speaker, when I hear that this happened to you. In fact, you should be compensated in that kitty that was introduced recently for political violence and demonstration. This is something that we ourselves must be able to take it, you know, to be able to be in the lead to do it. I sit with Senator Sifuna here. On a weekly basis, he's in Linda Wananchi. I'm in Linda Ground. But those are divergences of opinion. Ultimately, what if we can be able to tell Kenyans what we can do for them and demonstrate clearly, you know, that is what Kenyans will vote for. So I really want to condemn, with the strongest term possible, political hooliganism and that ability that you think that now that you're in the seat of power, you can be able to turn and take, you know, a rungu, or you start beating up and send goons to attack another person. Today, it has happened to Senator Otsotsi. If we don't speak about it and really, you know, call upon the state to be able to allow the divergence of opinion, this is just something very simple. But in 2027, you will be attacked. Every one of us will be attacked. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge the Ministry of Interior to be able to move expeditiously. That lame argument that 12 people moved to Uganda, go to Uganda and get them. We have Interpol. Come on. You know, we are not stupid. We know what is happening, Mr. Speaker. So let us allow Senator Otsotsi, you're welcome to come to Narok, say, shame on you, Ledama, do whatever. That will not change the view of the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I want to comment, first of all, on the statement by Senator Hamida on the integration, on the anomalies in voter details displayed on the voter verification portal, and generally about the registration of voters that is ongoing. First of all, I want to note that there has been low turnout of voter registration, and not too many people who require to register for voting have turned out to register themselves at the IEBC offices or in any other specified location where the IEBC is carrying out the registration. So I want to call upon the IEBC, first of all, to ensure that they consider just pushing that deadline, so that extending the deadline within which this mass voter registration is taking place, to enable people carry out their right, their political right of being able to vote in their candidates come 2027. It is also important, Honorable Speaker, that the register be cleaned out in time, and we have a periodic accountability system through which the IEBC is able to update Kenyans and come back and report back to Kenyans how far they are and what they are doing to make sure that that register that is being compiled right now is a clean register, Honorable Speaker, without having to wait until the last minute to be able to do a voter register cleanup. Honorable Speaker, one of the reasons why Kenyans have not been very confident sometimes with the IEBC is because when decisions are left to the last minute, it tends to punch public confidence in the processes that are being undertaken. So I would urge that even as this statement is being considered by our committee, jailer committee, that even the IEBC, who I think could be watching us right now, would ensure that they don't walk this journey alone. One of the reasons why people also lose confidence is because when Kenyans do not know what is being cooked in the IEBC, people tend to lose confidence. What should happen is they should keep Kenyans updated and walk the journey with the Kenyans. Because, and the chair of IEBC needs to hear, if you walk this journey alone, it won't matter that you are doing the right things. Kenyans, you feel lost. And at the end of the day, they'll start thinking that the process is not straightforward. So my ask would be, there should be an extension of the deadline for that voter registration. And we must have a way where IEBC is seen to be very sensitive to the violence that is being meted out by political goonism, Honorable Speaker. There is a total disconnect right now. IEBC does not seem to be having offices in Nairobi or within the Republic of Kenya. I watched the video where Senator Osotsi was beaten senseless by people who just walked in and found him seated. Honorable Speaker, can you imagine? They did that to a senator, an elected senator. What would they do to an ordinary Kenyans when there is no camera, when there is no one watching? And it doesn't matter who did it. I want to call upon
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to comment on some of the statements that were raised. Let me start with my brother, Senator Osotsi. Mr. Speaker, allow me to use the floor of this House to condemn the broad daylight...
Senator Kajwang, you know, you cannot comment on the statement by Osotsi. You can only use that as an example within another statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the statement by Senator Amida on civic education around voter registration. Mr. Speaker, I still hold the view that Kenyans do not need an extra card to become voters. Once you're a citizen of this country, and it is affirmed by a national ID and a passport, this additional step is an elite consensus to lock out certain parts of this country from exercising their democratic right. Mr. Speaker, for example, a country like Nigeria with more than 200 million people, the president is in office by the mandate of just 16 million people because of that additional bureaucracy that the elites have created called a voter's card. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that one day the elites, the political elites, will allow all Kenyans to participate as voters, that the political elite will allow all divergent voices to express themselves, that the political elite will take seriously these rising spectra of goonism and gangsterism that we are seeing in our politics. Mr. Speaker, even if we were to have a proper voter identification and registration exercise, if it cannot contain the violence that we are seeing in our politics, many Kenyans, especially the young ones, will give up on exercising their civil rights to vote. And Mr. Speaker, this thing we are calling goonism that is affecting our young people from participating actively in the body politics of this country will soon mutate into vigilantes, will soon mutate into violent groups. And Mr. Speaker, beyond the things that we have seen political leaders being attacked in broad daylight, I want to encourage the relevant government officials to take this matter seriously. It is laughable when we hear senior government officials say that this is a problem of politicians. We cannot normalize gangsterism. We cannot normalize goonism. And Mr. Speaker, we must go beyond that and also address the issue of cyberbullying, where someone is assaulted during the day, and then in the course of the day, you've got people who have clearly sponsored to cyberbully. And there's also the other spectra of heckling, vuvuzelas and whistles that are being deployed even in churches. Mr. Speaker, this is a national crisis, and I want to request the minister involved not to take this thing lightly, because if it had happened to him, we would also have condemned it. We would not have excused it the way they did it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on the statement by Senator Olekina on seeds. Honorable Speaker, our farmers in the country can't plant and produce enough seeds to be distributed across the country. It's sad, Honorable Speaker, that sometimes last year we got some seeds from Morocco, cotton seeds, and the cotton seeds that the country received, Honorable Speaker, was not for this region, and basically the cotton did not flower. So farmers went into a lot of losses, and they were not compensated by those who gave out their donations. That's why it's important that this audit of seeds that were produced last year needs to come out, because our farmers are capable of producing enough seeds, either through Kenya Seed or other agencies, and they can be sold to the farmers so that we become food sufficient and security, Honorable Speaker, because as a country, we should not be importing maize. We should not be importing wheat. We should not be importing barley, Honorable Speaker, because we have sufficient rain, we have enough water to do irrigation across the country. Honorable Speaker, I also want to comment on Senator Mita's statement, Honorable Speaker. IBC, we know for the last almost 1.5 years or more, Honorable Speaker, we didn't have commissioners in place. So IBC were not able to undertake further registration. And they have just given the country 1 month to do mass further registration. They need to go back to basically Treasury and National Assembly so that they can be given additional resources, so that between maybe sometimes June, July, Honorable Speaker, they undertake another 1 month-long further registration exercise, so that our youth who may be not in the country and those in colleges who may not have any opportunity, Honorable Speaker, or time to get further card within the next 7 days, Honorable Speaker, they take votes. Honorable Speaker, I want to condemn this goonism in the country. It is more than maybe 15, 16 months to elections, and already the country is already in an election mood, which is very sad, Honorable Speaker. I want to condemn those who attacked my chair, Civic, Senator Osotsi. I went to the hospital, saw him. We thank God that he's a senator, Honorable Speaker. If Osotsi was a common man, maybe we'd be talking about other things, Honorable Speaker. He would not have survived. It's because of you and the clerk of Senate who helped him to lift him to Nairobi, and he got specialized treatment. We want to condemn and thank also Java, because we were able to see the footage, and those who undertook this act must be taken to court and committed to jail, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Ogola.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to add my voice to the statement by my sister, Senator Hamida Kibwana, on the civic education in the ongoing voter registration exercise in the country. Honorable Speaker, civic education is actually a basic need that all Kenyans must get, and at the right time. It is probably because of lack of such education that a number of us get into a number of wrong things, Honorable Speaker. And on the same note, I want to feel with my brother, Senator Ososi. Senator Ososi, what Senator Ososi went through, Honorable Speaker, was uncalled for. At one time, I was tempted to watch that video. At some point, I stopped because I feared what was going to happen next, especially when I saw the young man just courageously kick Senator Ososi. My brother, we are sorry. And on the same note, I want to thank the Senate for the bold step that was taken to rescue Senator Ososi and to address the medical condition which he got himself into. However, Honorable Speaker, I want to disagree with my senator, Senator Kajuang, who says that there are leaders who are talking like the goonship is about political leaders. I want to reiterate here, Honorable Speaker, that these goons, and I want to stand by my word, are a creation of the political class, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in this country, we have gone through hell. In the same Kisumu over 1 year ago, Honorable Speaker, we had a meeting in Kisumu that was the anniversary of the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Half of the leaders, Honorable Speaker, left with their left running, scampering for safety, and half of them went without their wares, Honorable Speaker. Some lost a lot of valuables. And I want to say, even to people who are reducing the attack of Senator Ososi into a tribal story, Honorable Speaker, that is a wrong narrative. Because when we were in Kisumu and we were attacked, we were only a member of one community. How then were we fighting ourselves? Honorable Speaker, when you go to the political functions, you see these leaders almost accompanied by over 100 people behind them. Who are these? They are never security officers. They are goons. They are gangsters, Honorable Speaker. And so the political class must check at what we are doing, especially as we run into the election. And that is why, Honorable
Yes, you'll get one.
And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I want to stand here and refute the notion and the narrative being driven against one PS, Dr. Raymond Omolo, because this goonship has been there, Honorable Speaker. Senator Sosi has been a member of my party and my leader. Honorable Speaker, and in our meetings we have had this same practice. Where was PS Omolo in those? Honorable Speaker, let us not bury our hands in the sand and assume this problem. As leaders, we must face it and call it by its name, or, Honorable Speaker, we are running into danger. Honorable Speaker, I feel sorry for Senator Sosi, but the gangs that we have are a creation of the political class. Some of them are even employed in different payrolls, Honorable Speaker. So why are we calling each other? Let us face it as politicians and address these things once and for all.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to comment on the statement of Senator Hamida. Honorable Speaker, it's a very unfortunate situation that this country has gone to campaign modes very early. Not every day you're seeing people running around, politicians talking about dirty things, inciting the public, actually. And that must have been now that now we have the IBC in place. It's the high time the IBC must take action and whip this, the stick, the cane, I mean. Honorable Speaker, what happened to our colleague, our brother Ososi, is a very actually unfortunate situation. This is a very senior member of the citizen, a senior citizen of this country, a leader. But of course, and then a broad daylight, next to, a mall, a hotel, public place, that kind of business can take place. Honorable Speaker, I think that is a very unfortunate situation. And this country, most of African countries are seeing these countries having a place for having a peace haven. People are running to our country from all corners of this country, of this continent. But unfortunately, what is happening now is so sad. Honorable Speaker, the other day I was surprised that the Minister for Interior was saying the number of goons that exist, and that every politician has a goon. This is very unfortunate. If the minister is aware that every politician has goons, then he should apprehend them. If he's saying the number of goons and he knows where they are, they should be apprehended. They should not be waiting to cause havoc in this country. Honorable Speaker, I think what is happening is this country is going out of hand. If we continue this way, I think most of us, this will be a very unfortunate situation for us. And then it is a high time Kenyans must have conversation before we go the election period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment, Mr. Speaker, on the statement that was presented by Senator Amida on the registration by IEBC. Mr. Speaker, you know that when Regular Committee looked into our post-election issues in 2007, the recommendation to the country was that we ensure that successive elections should be credible, they should be free, they should be fair, and Kenyans should be given an opportunity to pick their own leaders. But while on it, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a minute to also comment about what happened to my good friend.
Order, Senator Eddy and Senator Fernandez.
Yes, what happened to my good friend, Senator Ososi. Mr. Speaker, you are my friend, you are my colleague. You know that many of us have been victims of violence. I remember that you yourself, in 2013, I read about what happened to you in Mutwapa, in Mombasa, when goons attacked. And I know you can tell a story, how you felt when you are vulnerable, you are in a meeting, you don't expect to be attacked, and then you see people, you know, come attack you, armed. You feel like, actually, for the next 2-3 minutes, you are not even in this life. You are as good as dead, Mr. Speaker. So I know what happened to my good friend, Senator Ososi. I watched that clip, and I know how traumatizing the 2-3 minutes were when you were being attacked. That is something that we should never condemn, Madam Speaker. We should nurture a country, Madam Speaker, that respects the rule of law. And anytime anybody wants to take the law into their hands, if we don't take corrective action, arrest the victims, Mr. Speaker, and even if there are people who are funding these youths, Mr. Speaker, or these thugs, we must go after them. Madam Speaker, do you know how Haiti degenerated? It was the same way. We had a president in office. I can't remember what was his name. I think it was called Francos. Yeah, is that? Yes. And he was trying to rule that country through repression. If you don't agree with him, goons will be sent. They will attack you. As we speak today, nobody is safe in Haiti. If we allow this culture to get roots, I assure you, all of you senators here, nobody will be safe, Mr. Speaker. Because if the rule of law disappears, then it means you subject yourself to the law of the jungle. And we will all not be safe. We cannot, we cannot forgive in any way. Neither can we find excuses why the Minister for Interior, the PS, Madam Speaker, cannot take corrective measures. If I have goons, come after me, Mr. Speaker. No, anybody, no matter the status in society, should not be allowed, Madam Speaker, to have goons. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, come 2027, nobody will be safe in this country. 1 minute.
Give him 1 minute.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, if we allow this culture, and we are now speaking as leaders, people's representatives, Madam Speaker, if we allow this culture where people attack you because they have been said or because they think they hold different views than yours, we will never have a country, Mr. Speaker. Let us allow our democracy to take roots, Mr. Speaker. We can differ on opinions. Let there be 1 term, let there be 2 terms, but let us coexist as brothers and sisters. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, all that we want is a peaceful environment where we can coexist. Politics will come and go, but this country, we and our children will still remain. That's all we want, Madam Speaker. So let us have some decisive action from the government, from the CS Interior, from the PS, so that we completely root out this culture of gonism, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mugeni. Senator Wakoli.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii kuchangia hoja ama maswali ambayo viongozi wenzangu wameuliza. Tukianza na hoja ya Mheshimiwa Hamida kuhusiana na maandalizi ya tume ya uchaguzi kuhusiana na Wakenya kujihusisha katika mchakato mzima. Ni lazima kura ziwe za uwazi, ziwe za kuwajibika, na ni lazima wote wapewe nafasi ya kujiandikisha, wao walemavu na watu wazima, na ni heri waweze kuziba ufa pasipo kujenga ukuta. Mheshimiwa Spika, la pili ni kwamba tunapojiandaa katika mfumo huu wa upigaji kura mwaka ujao,
usalama kwa mnyonge, usalama kwa maskini, usalama kwa tajiri, usalama kwa viongozi ni jambo la muhimu sana. Yale yaliyotukia kwa Mheshimiwa Osotsi ni jambo la kusikitisha sana, na jinsi tunakemea mavamizi ya wakulima kule Baragoi, jinsi tunakemea magenge ya majambazi kule Mombasa, jinsi tunakemea waporaji wa mali ya umma katika misitu ya nchi ya Kenya, ni vile vile na katika hasira hiyo na nguvu hizo hizo tunazielekeza dhidi ya wale ambao walimshambulia Mheshimiwa Osotsi. Mimi kibinafsi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni seneta wa kaunti ya Bungoma. Mustakabali na ujirani wetu na kaunti ya Vihiga ni karibu sana. Sisi ni jamii moja. Na ni jambo la muhimu watu wajue, hata kama tuko katika demokrasia, damu ni nzito kuliko maji. Na yeyote anayemkabili Mheshimiwa Osotsi ananikabili mimi. Sasa popote alitokea, ni heri viongozi katika maeneo hayo waamuke na wakashifu yale aliyomtokea Mheshimiwa Osotsi. Kwa sababu wengi wanafanya mchezo. Ingekuwa wao, mtoto wao ameshambuliwa katika kaunti ya Bungoma ama kaunti ya Nakuru, wangekuwa wanapiga shangwe na vigelegele. Wangekuwa wanatuambia haleluya, Hosana amefika. Tuache siasa ya ubinafsi na siasa ya madharau. Uhai wa mwanasiasa, uhai wa Mkenya ni jambo la muhimu, wote tutetee uhai wa viongozi. Sasa uwe katika serikali ama uwe katika upinzani, ni dhambi, ni kejeli na ni madharau kuchangia na kupiga makofi viongozi kama Osotsi wanaposhambuliwa. Na wengine ni kina mama, wamezaa watoto. Huyo Osotsi ni mtoto wa mtu. Hawa kina mama katika kaunti ya Vihiga wanahisi vipi mtoto wao anashambuliwa?
Senator Wakoli, I'll give you 30 seconds to finish that sentence.
Mimi nawaambia tu, wasione maji yametulia wakadhani hayana kina. Kila mtu anakwao, hata mwenda wazimu katika soko. Mpige kofi utajua kuna wale waliomzaa. Sasa mimi niko katika serikali, lakini huyu ni ndugu yangu wa mama yangu. Na wote wakiwa Marsabit, Moyale, Busia, wote ni ndugu zangu. Na nina haki wa kuwatetea ili waweze kujivunia kwa Wakenya, kwa sababu wanalipa ushuru na wana kitambulisho, wanaitwa Wakenya.
Thank you, Senator Wakoli. Senator Hamida. Senator Hamida.
Asante Madam Speaker, na mimi nataka kuunga mkono kakangu ama Senator Ledama kwa hii kauli yake mambo ya mbegu. Hizi mbegu Kenya inafaa kuwa necessary kuangaliwa ni kiwango gani na ni mbegu aina gani zinaingia Kenya. Madam Speaker, nilikuwa nimetoa statement yangu ya mambo ya kuangalia mafuta gani tunayotumia Kenya. Manake mafuta sasa pia inaleta kansa, lakini mafuta inaanziwa na mbegu kwanza. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu kwa mbegu zozote zile zinaingia Kenya na zile zipo ziangaliwe ni kutoka ni mbegu aina gani. Na hii nyingine nataka pia na mimi kushtumu vikali ile shida kaka yetu alipitia Senator Osotsi. Kusema kweli hiyo vile alivyofanyiwa ni unyama wa hali ya juu. Senator Osotsi tunamjua ni senator mpole, ni chairman wetu wa PIK, na kusema kweli yeye huwa hana matatizo. Kwa yeye kufanyiwa vile kitendo cha unyama kimetusikitisha sana, na sisi sote kuangalia kutoa ushahidi ukaonyesha vile aliumizwa. Kwa hivyo tunaomba serikali ichukue hatua, hawa vijana waweze na wao kuletwa mbele kuadhibiwa na wao. Na haiwezekani kuwa vijana tu wameweza kupotea bila serikali kuweza. Kwa hivyo serikali, wanasema serikali iko na mkono mrefu. Popote wale walipo vijana wenyewe waletwe, na hatuwezi kukubali kamwe vile senator alifanywa. Tunasema kwa Kiswahili wanasema leo yeye kesho sisi. Kwa hivyo kusema kweli kilikuwa ni kisa kibaya na tunashtumu vikali. Asante Madam Speaker.
Senator Onyonka.
Madam Speaker, leo nina mambo mawili ningependa kuyazungumzia.
Give him the mic.
Na nilikuwa nafikiria kuwa ndugu zangu wale ambao ni wanasiasa wangetusikiza leo kidogo. Mambo mawili yalitendeka wiki iliyopita, Madam Speaker. Jambo la kwanza ambalo la kushtua ni kumuona kakangu Ososi akilimwa sasa kule Kisumu. Nikiuliza shida ni nini, naambiwa ni kwa sababu amechukua siasa ya mrengo mwingine. Kwa hivyo kuna wale ambao wangekuwa na uchungu na yeye wangependa kumwadhibu, ndio wamuonyeshe vila anatakiwa kufikiria. Lakini hapo Madam Speaker, tukaenda kikazi upande wa Nandi, upande wa Elgeyo Marakwet, tukaenda upande wa Singishu, ambako wale sisi ambao tuko kwa mkondo ule mwingine ambao si wa kiserikali, ungedhani kuwa wale watu wa kule Nandi wangetucharaza. Lakini wananchi walitukaribisha. Kwa sababu gani? Hamu yao ni kutaka kazi ifanyike. Walikuwa wanatusifu, wanasifu hili jumba la Senate, wanasema nyinyi ondokeni Nairobi kuja hapa mashinani, tembea. Wa Kenya wangependa kuwaona ni kazi gani ambayo imefanyika, na tena mjitambue na kusema ni nani anaharibu. Madam Speaker, hili jambo limenishtua sana. Jambo la pili, wakati tulikuwa wiki 3 zilizopita kule Kisii, tulikuwa tumeonywa kuwa hatuwezi kuingia kule mjini Kisii kwa sababu tungechapwa. Tunauliza kuchapwa kwa nini? Kwa sababu nyinyi mko kwa ule mkondo mwingine wa kiserikali ambao hatupendi. Ningependa kusema kuwa viongozi sasa lazima mtoe suluhu na ni nini mtafanya kuondoa huu uchafu ambao unaharibu sheria na serikali ya Kenya. Kumalizia, Madam Speaker, nasikia mnaongea juu ya mbegu, sijui mbegu gani zina shida. Madam Speaker, Kenya Seed imeuzwa, wale wameichukua ni viongozi wa Kenya. Zile hela zilikuwa bilioni 6 kwa account zimechukuliwa. Ule manager alikuwa amevutwa kazi. Kampuni ya Kenya Seed haiwezi kutengeneza mbegu tena.
Time up, Senator Onyonga.
Asante madam, ningependa kusema wale ambao wanaiba Kenya Seed waachane nayo kwa sababu ni rasilimali ya Kenya. Asante Madam Speaker.
Resume your seat. Senator Joyce Correro. Had you requested?
Yeah. Madam Speaker, allow me also to contribute on this statement by Honorable Amida on the issue of registration, Madam Speaker, which I want to say that I want to thank the government for the IPC for trying their best in terms of making sure that they notify the members of the public to be able to register. I want to tell the Kenyans, especially the youth, and all of us who voted maybe 20 years ago, that we need to make sure that we have this card for a change that we desire. I know there is a lot of politics around. That is why you find there is a lot of fights all over. And I want to stand with Honorable Osotsi. I want to say that indeed it was a very disturbing incident. Being a colleague in this house, despite the fact that she is coming from another divide, I want to say no one should suffer the same fate, Honorable Speaker. I want to say that the culprits who did the mistake of fighting Honorable Osotsi, who was helplessly lying on the floor, Honorable Speaker, should be put to the end. And they must face the full force of the law. I want to say that despite the difference, we can always agree to agree or agree to disagree. We should not die because of politics. It is about development. It's about ideas. It's about the agenda. It's not about the person. So I want to urge the Kenyans that as we enter into the elections, let's focus in terms of the ideas or the manifestos that the politicians have or the leaders have than fighting individuals and having differences that doesn't assist us in any way, Honorable Speaker. I want to say, being a mother, that it's hard for us as parents to see our children
perishing in the streets just because of politics, being used by politicians to square their scores. I want to say that I urge them to have the card, let them listen to the manifestos, let them elect the leaders based on the manifestos that they are going to give them. Otherwise, I support Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to comment on Senator Amida's statement on voter registration and the IBC portal. It is true we should have voter education. Ordinarily, that happens every registration cycle. Kenyans have to be educated by IBC. There has to be meetings, and I believe this should still be done, and an opportunity given to Kenyans to register again once this 1 week left is gone. Secondly, today, Honorable Murkomen, when he was here, the CS Interior, said that there are 58,000 IDs which are going to be out by Friday. As much as I'm urging young ones to pick ID cards from the local chiefs, because there are quite a number, 500,000 still uncollected, if we could extend a few days to make sure that every Kenyan who hasn't gotten the ID this week get their ID and they're able to register next week. On the other one, on the voter portal, if you run, I'm told by a senator friend of mine here, if you acquire the voter registration, which is all 100,000 online, and you put it on AI, 7 million voters are not properly identifiable. So there's some job IBC must do. I've challenged them before in a public forum where they had invited us here in Nairobi. And I think we should really rectify the voter registration, and make sure that the voter registry is verifiable, and they also not allow you, for those who want to transfer, you have to go to the constituency headquarters. It is still a strain in the village. Finally, on the matter of Senator Osotsi, brutality is an illegality. Only 3 have been arrested. The rest are said to have left the country. I am sure they have not gone very far or to a country Kenya has no diplomatic ties with. They should be able to be brought back by Interpol, charged, they are known, their names are known, the lists have been released so that they can also face the law. And we want to eliminate this sort of goonism and violence in our politics. I thank you, Madam Speaker, I support.
Senator Montet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me also to contribute on the very 2 important statements. One from Honorable Hamida Kibwana. And I want to say, Honorable Chair, that it cannot be emphasized enough how voter registration education is important in this country. Honorable Speaker, we live in this country and we know how Kenyans operate. And civic education is the only thing which will help our people register for voters. Madam Speaker, there are so many ways that IEBC could use to reach out to our own people. Today we have so many local stations which can be used. So what IEBC should do is go back to Treasury and ask for money, because it is important that we actually educate our people on how important it is to vote. That is what will bring peace in this country, and that is what will help our country move forward. Madam Speaker, also let me also condemn the attack on one of us. That is not acceptable at all. Madam Speaker, looking at an elected leader being attacked in public in broad daylight is very unfortunate. And if this is allowed to continue, Madam Speaker, now that we are moving to an electioneering year, this is a very dangerous trend that we are going to set. I want to say that this is unacceptable, and I want to thank Honorable CS today, because he said that they are really doing their best to reach out to the attackers that these people will be brought to book, these people will be charged. Let's see that this thing does not continue. And also to say this, Madam Speaker, that it is very sad that this thing is being done by our own politicians. Goonism is actually being encouraged by our own politicians. Sometimes I sit and wonder when you get to a meeting and you find a politician walking in with 100, 20, 30 goons escorting him. And you wonder, why are they scared? If they want to follow the rule of law, why are they scared? Why do they have to use goons? So even as politicians have to stop this issue of growing this goonism, especially now that we are going towards elections. So what happened to Senator Ososi is unfortunate. It should not be allowed, because, Madam Speaker, then shows that none of us politicians are safe. If it could be done in broad daylight. Senator Ososi is one of those politicians who can be said that they are not controversial at all. So what happened to him is unfortunate, should not be allowed, and it should be condemned in all manner and everywhere. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Betty. Senator Osotsi.
Madam Speaker, let me comment on the statement by Senator Hamida on civic education in voter registration. Having listened to Senator Hamida, a number of issues have come up, including the technology that is used in voter registration. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the technology that is used for voter registration is prone to errors and manipulation, because once the kits have been released to the clerks, they have to be taken back to IBC offices and data uploaded onto the server. And during that process of manual upload of data, a lot of things can happen in the process. And that is why we have had incidences where people have said that they cannot locate their details on the portal. I just want to say that there is a provision in the Election Act that provides for an inter-stakeholder ICT technical committee, where the stakeholders like political parties and all the civil societies involved, and even government, can have a forum where they can continuously, at every step of the election process, including voter registration, can assess the technology that is being used for all these processes. Madam Speaker, this provision in law has not been exercised since 2017. When it was when a committee was set up, but in 2022 it was not applicable. I want to demand that the IBC must ensure that this provision is implemented, so that now we can have an inter-stakeholder ICT technical committee that will continuously monitor the implementation of ICT across the election processes. If we do that, then we will promote confidence among Kenyans in the election process. But what is there, Madam Speaker, now, it is not foolproof, and it's open for manipulation, and no wonder we have had cases like those. Secondly, Madam Speaker, even as we talk about voter registration, there is also the provision of IDs, national identification cards, to the people. I have realized that there are so many people in our areas who do not have IDs, or some of them have the old generation IDs which cannot be used for election. Others have, due to marriage issues, they have not been able to get IDs. So many of them, Madam Speaker. I think what the government should focus on is in providing IDs to these people. But I'm also concerned that the provision of IDs is done selectively. It appears that this process is only centered in areas, some areas, and other areas are left out. For example, Madam Speaker, I see a very aggressive process of provision of IDs to resident of a county where my good friend Cherengei comes from, because we share the boundary. But on this side of Vihiga, there is nothing that is happening, Madam Speaker. So we would like a situation where we can have ID registration happening across the country without regard.
Senator Osotsi, your time is up.
1 minute, Madam Speaker.
I'll give
Just
you,
concluding.
I'll give you half a minute,
Half a
30
minute.
seconds.
That's fine. So we want a situation where this ID registration should be done in all counties and not selected counties, because that is early rigging of election if we go that way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support.
And Senator Okoit.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the two statements. Regarding the IEBC, one of the things that the IEBC is supposed to do is to give us, to do a revision of the voters' roll. That revision of the voters' roll would help us come up with a better register of voters. The register of voters has a lot of anomalies. And these anomalies, Madam Speaker, is that there are very many voters in that voters register who do not have biometrics, especially pictures. Then you would wonder, how was this person captured? And having run an AI tool through the register, we have about 6 million voters who do not have pictures. Those are ghost voters, and I would like the revision of the register to get rid of all people who do not have pictures, so that anybody who is a voter in Kenya has a picture. We know who it is. There are no people who have no faces in this country who are moving around. We don't have ghosts. So I'd pray that the IBC executes its mandate of revision of the register to weed out all voters who do not have pictures in the roll. As regards the attack on Senator Osotsi, I don't have the words with which to condemn it. It epitomizes what is happening in this country, disregard for the law. There's so much violence that even if you move your hand in the air like this, you hit the violence. Non-violence is not only in the actions. Non-violence is also in the language people use. It is from language that we proceed to begin inflicting actions that we see as violent. What happened to Senator Osotsi is unacceptable, and I was surprised to hear the other day on television, I think it was yesterday, where it was being alleged by one of the officials that some people who were involved have run across the border. What is Interpol doing? What efforts are they doing to bring them back? These were known people. They should be punished. They should set an example so that the hooliganism we are seeing coming across, like we call them goons and whatever, that hooliganism must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, we are priming this country for civil unrest. The state will very soon lose the monopoly of violence, and when that happens, we will be in trouble. There will be no country called Kenya.
Your time is up. Senator Oburu.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand to speak on the issue of voter registration. Madam Speaker, voter registration is at the core of democracy of our country. And we cannot claim to be a democratic country if we don't conduct free and fair democratic elections. And Madam Speaker, therefore, elections do not happen on the election day. Elections start far earlier, much earlier than the election day. The election day is just now for people to do the final process. But if, for instance, Madam Speaker, any region is denied registration of voters by either being too laxed or having those equipments collapse too frequent, or by having less money put there for mobilization of the voter process. Madam Speaker, it becomes a process which finally might not be regarded to be free and fair. Therefore, these questions which have been asked, a statement by Kibwana, an important question, and Madam Speaker, I would like the committee to go into the details and find out if, what is happening in this voter process. Because we want a transparent election where after the elections, we greet each other and say, I have been defeated, I will try next time. Madam Speaker, I know that these things sometimes happen. They happen because in most cases, Madam, you find that the registration process of voters is completely underfunded. And the people who are registering, they tend to concentrate only in certain centers. And wananchi cannot move to those centers because of the cost. The cost of going to those centers sometimes is expensive, and therefore that is also injustice to the people. The people who are doing the registration should be given sufficient backing, sufficient funding, so that when they go, they don't restrict themselves to only certain centers, Madam Speaker, because they lack money for maybe some subsistence or even fuel to travel to those areas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that the questions as put by Honorable Kibwana will be answered. I wanted to comment on another one, but I have been cut short by the time.
Yes. Senator Sigei. That should be the last comment on the statements. Let's give him the mic. You want him to shift to another? You can go to the dispatch. Move to the dispatch box. You are young, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the recognition of the fact that I still represent the young generation. I wanted to commend Madam Speaker on two statements, one by Senator Hamida and on voter registration. Madam Speaker, what is currently going on in the program that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is to enhance the voter registration, and it is done for a reason. We are talking about democracy, we are talking about leadership. This House in itself, Madam Speaker, has got representatives of the people, and the representation came out of an election. And therefore, if there is anything that must be done, is to make sure that there is maximum participation by Kenyans of age in the electioneering process. Election, as one of my colleagues here has stated, is not an event, it's a process. That process is what is going on right now. It has been going on. It will continue until the time when the elections are conducted. And therefore, we wish to encourage Kenyans of age to come out in large numbers, register so that they participate. Almost every process that is conducted in these houses and in other public offices are supposed to be guided by the space that every other Kenyan desires to have representation, and that representation can only happen with members of the public of age registering as voters. And as we push the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to continue the process and to encourage Kenyans, we also believe that that process is going to enhance transparency is going to enhance accountability, and as to whether or not we still having issues with the register, it is a matter that is supposed to happen as we encourage the rest of the people of Kenya to participate. And secondly, Madam Speaker, when we watched the clip that was going round of one of our colleagues here being attacked by goons or by Kenyans, it is not a statement that we should take for granted. I am sure that whatever differences that we do have in our political space, it should not in any way get closer to planning an attack on a colleague. I condemn, Madam Speaker, with the strongest terms possible, any kind of plan or arrangement where a member of the public is used by either any political wing or formation to plan to attack a colleague. I have experienced, Madam Speaker, an incident where goons have been paid to block access to a public facility. That is what most of us say the beginning of anarchy, and this country should not degenerate to that. What happened to Senator Osotsi should never happen to any other member of this House or any other political player. It doesn't matter the formation that you are in. And if there is anything that the Ministry of Interior and those who are responsible must do, is to make sure that those who've been identified, those who could be identified, must face the law. And I want to encourage the judiciary to make sure that the team of those goons and attackers who've been got and have been charged, they must also be taken in to be a lesson, so that those who could generally be influenced to be used, paid as little as 100 Kenya shillings or 100 or 1,000 Kenya shillings, is not worth to be paid in order to attack any leader or any other person for that matter, notwithstanding the political differences that we might be having. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I know that
thank you. Thank you, Senator Sigei. He's already ceded the microphone. Senator Osotsi from the House, we say that was a very sad incident, and I believe those who attacked Senator Osotsi are cowards who are unable to face their opponents, and they have ceded to that cowardice. We call upon the CS to ensure that investigation is done speedily and they are brought to trial, even if it means involving the Interpol if they have crossed the border. So we wish you a quick recovery, and I hope this culture will not be entertained in the Republic of Kenya. So we move to the next order. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, implementation of resolutions by select committees on county public accounts, CPAC, and county public investments and special funds on Auditor General reports for financial year 2024-2025, resumption of debate.
Senator Cherarige, you had a balance of 7 minutes. Is that so? Yeah, there are 7 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I know you'll be gracious enough if I overshoot the runway in case of my submission, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker,
are you taking a flight? Where are you overshooting on the runway?
In case of my tsunami-like submissions, Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, as I proceed to commend on this motion on the implementation on resolution of the Senate on the report of County Public Accounts Committee and County Public Investment Special Funds Committee. Madam Speaker, allow me to pass my deepest condolences on the unfortunate killing of Adan Hassan, who was allegedly killed by the DCI officer yesterday in Garissa. Our prayers and thoughts are with the family, and I hope the Ministry of Interior will move in quickly and arrest the perpetrator. Madam Speaker, it has to be noted this is almost the third person being killed in Garissa by the allegations of police bullet, Madam Speaker. So we stand and pray with the family. Madam Speaker, I want to thank Justice Mwamuye. He is one of the progressive judges of our recent times. Madam Speaker, yesterday Justice Mwamuye vacated an order that was stopping the arrest of two governors who are the fugitive of justice accountability. That is Governor Lelelit, who ran away, Madam Speaker, in a supersonic speed, which is not the nature of Samburu people, and Governor Sakaja, Madam Speaker. I'm happy Justice Mwamuye has said the warrant of arrest is in place and has directed the Inspector General of Police to arrest and produce the two governors, Madam Speaker, before the County Public Committee led by able Senator Moses Kajwang, Madam Speaker. And I was watching in Mikoba Democracia, he is looking like his own brother, the late Senator Otieno Kajwang. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this is very important to us, even as we track the implementation, Madam Speaker. In one of our recommendations, there is resummoning on the accountability, Madam Speaker. We must resummon 29 governors, including Nandi governor. The COG chair must be resummoned, Madam Speaker, alongside the two, Governor Sakaja and Governor Lelit must be arrested, Madam Speaker. And the other 29 to answer on the issues of accountability. And we will not negotiate, Madam Speaker, on the issue of accountability, Madam Speaker. I know, Madam Speaker, the other day, Madam Speaker, I saw one of people called Calvin Okoth, Kaucho, was nominated by the distinguished governor of Nairobi, Madam Speaker, to serve in, is it Mama Lucy or Mbagati board, Madam Speaker, and I must appreciate, but I was wondering, why are people complaining about Kaucho? The allegation has it the Nairobi governor does not have academic qualification of a degree, Madam Speaker. So the point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, we must, and I want to request, now that my chair of CPAC is here and the chair of CPIC, Madam Speaker, we must issue warrant of arrest against the COG chair, Hamed Abdullahi, Madam Speaker, for being used to subvert justice, for violating Article 10 on national values and principles of good governance, Article 229, Madam Speaker, of the Constitution of Kenya, Article 201 on principles of finance, Article 174 on principles of devolution. Next week, Madam Speaker, Part 1, we will issue warrant of arrest against the governor, who is the COG chair, Ahmed Abdullahi, who continues to subvert justice, Madam Speaker, because we are following through, Madam Speaker, on the resummoning of governors, Madam Speaker. We want to make him an example against 29 governors on this issue of resummoning, Madam Speaker.
Senator Cherarigei, do you really have powers to issue warrants of arrest against governors? Maybe
Madam
not.
Speaker, I have said County Public Accounts Committee. I'm not saying, I am a member, Madam Speaker, under powers and privileges. And this is anchored under Article 123 and 124 and 125 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker. And I want to call upon judiciary and thank Justice Mwamuye that in the Speaker Mate's case, you only challenge the process at the tail end. You don't challenge. And no arm of government can inject another arm of government, Madam Speaker. Be it the judiciary, be it the executive, be it the parliament, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was in Kericho the other day, Madam Speaker. I was in Kakamega. I was in Nandi. Across everywhere during recess, Madam Speaker, even in Narok, Kenyans are saying, let governors appear before the Senate so that they can answer questions of accountability, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I met Kenyans. We will not do our oversight in funerals. We will not do oversight in political rallies. We will not do oversight in bridal showers, Madam Speaker. We will not do oversight in baby showers. The correct forum to do oversight is before the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker. I want to challenge governors, instead of answering as in public rallies, in funerals. They should and must appear before the Senate and answer to the questions, Madam Speaker. Even on this issue of goons, Madam Speaker, I am aware some governors have employed people who are in the payroll and they are using as goons to harass and intimidate senators, Madam Speaker. Wherever you go, be it Nandi, be it Homa Bay, Madam Speaker, be it Wajir, be it Nairobi, Madam Speaker, we must say no to goons. These goons thrive because they are in the payroll of the counties, Madam Speaker. We cannot, even in Muranga, Madam Speaker. There are people who their business is to carry the governor's chair, to carry the governor's toilet, to carry the governor's carpet. Devolution did not envisage. It was not the design. And I'm happy the ODM party leader, Dr. Oburu Oginga Odinga, is here, one of the luminaries of devolution in this country, Madam Speaker. He is present on the floor of the House. The intention of devolution was to ensure there is drugs in hospitals, there is water, Madam Speaker, there is bursary. It was not the intention to have a governor's seat to be carried around, to have a governor's toilet to be carried around, to have goons following a governor, 100 of them, Madam Speaker. It was the intention of devolution for the Mamamboga, the border to have opportunity, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy. That was the intention of devolution. There is nothing else, Madam Speaker. And therefore, on this implementation, and I want to say, I don't fear to say this, Madam Speaker. Cowards die many deaths. If you can add me 30 seconds, because I'm setting the tone, Madam Speaker. I want to say this. The biggest weakling in the fight against corruption is EACC, DPP, and DCI. We have made recommendation, Madam Speaker, to EACC on many issues of financial impropriety in counties, Madam Speaker. The EACC and DCI, DPP, Madam Speaker, must assist us in the fight against corruption. They must prosecute governors and county officials who continue to plunder and commit financial genocide, financial atrocities in our counties, Madam Speaker. We should not sleep, Madam Speaker. We must ensure, Madam Speaker, these people are prosecuted, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support this motion on follow-up on implementation and hope, and our committee and the Senate will agree with the recommendations of PAC, Madam Speaker, and to say we move on and ensure devolution works for a better Kenya and a better republic, Madam Speaker. I yield back and I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cherarigei. I have a communication to make from the chair on a benchmarking visit by an officer of the Research and Library Department of the County Assembly of Bomet. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of Ms. Caroline Cherotich, a librarian of the Research and Library Department of the County Assembly of Bomet, who is on a benchmarking engagement on best practices at the Senate. I request Ms. Cherotich to stand so that she may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you and wish you a fruitful visit, and I thank you. You may have your seat. I welcome Senator Bomet, Senator Sigei, to give her welcome remark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to welcome one of my employers, Madam Caroline Cherotich, from the County Assembly. Yes, she is indeed one of my employers because she's a voter from the County of Bomet, and therefore I am here courtesy of her vote, and the representation in this House is courtesy of her support that brought me in here. Madam Caro, I wish you an experience that will support you as you deliver on your assignment at the library services in the County Assembly of Bomet. And take note of the conversation that is going on right now, because what we are dealing with is sometimes part of what ought to have been done by the County Assembly, by the members of the County Assembly, and unfortunately most of them, especially when it comes to matters of oversight, it has not been executed as it is supposed to be. I wish you an experience that will help you to learn more and replicate this when you go back home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Sige. We resume on the debate on this motion of implementation of recommendations by select committees on county public accounts, CPAC, and county public investment and special funds on Auditor General's report for year 2024 to 2025. And just by way of guiding the senators who are contributing to this debate, please note that the debate should be on the amendment that was deleting the word select committee on CPAC and CPI and SF immediately appearing in paragraph 5 of the motion, and substituting with the words to establish an ad hoc committee comprising 15 senators, and inserting a new resolution after the resolution listed at number 4, submit a final report to the Senate within 90 days from its establishment. So that's the motion that is being debated before we resume to the substantive motion on what is in the order paper. Thank you. Senator Kajwang, you may take the floor.
Madam Speaker, I think you've made very, very important directions on what is being debated, because it's an amendment to the original motion. And Madam Speaker, I support the original motion, but I do not support the proposed amendment. Madam Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee and the Public Investments Committee are established in the standing orders to give effect to Article 96. When this Senate started, we had an implementation committee. And I do recall in the 11th Parliament, the implementation committee was chaired by the then Senator for Siaya, Senator James Orengo. In the 12th Parliament, we got rid of the implementation committee. And I know members have requested that why don't we bring back the implementation committee? That conversation has happened in Larson, it has happened in our various retreats. But the challenge of setting up a separate committee to follow up implementation of the work of another committee is that that committee then redoes the inquiry, redoes the investigation, redoes the audit. And sometimes that implementation committee might not understand the context within which certain resolutions or recommendations were made. For example, Madam Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee that I chair went to Busia County, and we went round. We went to the hospital, we went to the stadium, we went to various projects. Prior to that, we went to Turkana. We went and saw some of the ghost projects that are stalled in that county. So we undertook our inquiry, did our investigation, made recommendations within a context. It would therefore be proper for the committee that made the inquiry and recommendations to be the ones to follow up on implementation. Madam Speaker, not too long ago, there was a proposal by the Larson Committee that we amend the standing orders to grant the Larson Committee the power to follow up on implementation. And I know, I think Senator Sigei and I sit in the Larson Committee, and when we had that conversation, we realized that we would not be doing proper justice to the House by the Larson Committee taking away certain responsibilities that have been granted to standing and select committees. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I am in full support of the original motion. Full support, 100%, because it gives strength, it gives further emphasis to the work that these committees are doing. But the neater thing is to allow the committees to follow up on recommendation, and what the House could do is to set timelines within which the committees should report back to the House. Already, Madam Speaker, we have made very drastic recommendations. We have directed the Inspector General of Police to arrest 2 governors and produce them before this House. You don't need another committee to follow up the implementation of that. The existing committees can call the Inspector General and hold him to account and ask him why he has not produced those governors. We have made recommendations for several governors to pay the maximum fine available under the Powers and Privileges Act of 500,000 on several governors who decided that they were not going to live up to their constitutional responsibility. You don't need an ad hoc committee to follow up the execution of the fines. So I want to convince my colleagues that this motion, as originally drafted by Senator Ledama Olekina, is an excellent motion that will give strength to the committee and that will uplift the Senate and put it in its rightful position. Madam Speaker, there is no negotiation on issues of compliance with the Constitution. And I say this with a lot of respect, even to our colleagues who sit on the other side, who are governors of counties. And I know that just a few days ago, there was an informal meeting between a few governors and the leadership of the Senate. And Madam Speaker, the leadership of the Senate made it clear that you cannot negotiate on whether to comply with the Constitution. You cannot negotiate on whether to comply with the Powers and Privileges Act. You can never negotiate on whether to comply with the PFM and the Public Audit Act. Madam Speaker, we are not powerless as a House, and we are not powerless as a committee. Already, the courts lifted conservatory orders that had been granted in a Kiambu court that would stop the Senate from issuing summons or sending invitations or asking the IG police to arrest defiant governors. Those conservatory orders have been lifted. And so this House has got its powers originally as captured in Article 96, Article 93, Article 94 of the Constitution. This Senate has got its powers originally as captured in Article 2298, which empowers the Senate to consider the reports of the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, if we had a problem, then perhaps we would go this route. If we had a problem with the judiciary has been on the side of the Senate. And it's not just on the side of the Senate, it's on the side of the Constitution. The law enforcement officers, the Inspector General of Police, has come before our committee and has confirmed, and has been on record in public, that if Parliament gives directions that someone must be produced before any of its committees, the Inspector General of Police has got no latitude and cannot negotiate with Parliament as far as that is concerned. And so, Madam Speaker, on this amendment where we're proposing to delete the words select committees on CPAC and CPIC and substitute it with an ad hoc committee, Madam Speaker, I do not support it. And I want to urge and encourage members that even if there could be suggestions on how to give better effect to the work of the two committees, it would be canvassed better rather than through this kind of amendment. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the House that the Public Accounts Committee, the Public Investments Committee, has the capacity and has the legitimacy and has the legal tools to ensure that governors appear before it. And so, Madam Speaker, since this is a debate on the amendment, let me make it brief, because I'll probably come back to the substantive motion in the event the amendment is not carried. But, Madam Speaker, I want to discourage the House from amending the motion in the manner in which has been specified here, which is effectively to say that the work of public accounts and public investments ends on the 31st of March. And afterwards, there'll be an ad hoc committee. And Madam Speaker, ad hoc committees are only created in situations where certain responsibilities have not been defined in the standing orders. The work of these two committees has been defined clearly in the standing orders. And so let's be careful not to rewrite the standing orders through motions. And I know that this House is very upset with the conduct of a few governors. And Madam Speaker, more governors every other day are coming to us and saying that they understand what their constitutional responsibility is. They know that they must appear before the Senate. They know that they must be held accountable. They know they must answer for financial reports and financial malpractices, if any, that comes out of their counties. And so I know many senators are still angered that you've got a group of leaders, senior leaders in this country, that can sit down somewhere and converse and vow that they're not going to obey the Constitution. We have the power, we have the mandate to compel them, to force them, and even if it was to come to it, Madam Speaker, we shall call the DPP and ask the DPP why he's not preferring charges in cases of obvious contempt of parliament and in cases of obvious violation of various statutes and even the Constitution. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I do not support this amendment to the original motion, but for avoidance of doubt, the original motion as presented by Senator Ledamo Lekina, I am in full support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. Senator Sige can take the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, once again for giving me this opportunity. First, I want to also come on record. I have spoken to the original motion, Madam Speaker, where I am in full support, and to the extent that the motion originally drafted speaks to the main mandate of this House and the situation that we've lately been experiencing in terms of execution of our mandate, I want to appreciate the work that these two committees, the CPIC and CPAC committees, as created by our standing orders, have undertaken for the period that led to the conversation on this particular motion that we are in. And so, Madam Speaker, to the extent that we are seeking to create an ad hoc committee of 15 members in place of the two committees which are select and created under standing orders 193 and 194 of the standing orders of the House, I also do not support that. And the reason, Madam Speaker, I don't support the creation of an ad hoc committee is that when you look at the standing order that creates these two committees, their roles are very specific. When you equally look at the work that has so far been done by these two committees, excuse me, the work that has been done by these two committees, including the experiences that they have had wherever they go out to the field in implementing and executing their mandate, there is no need, Madam Speaker, for a creation of an ad hoc committee to replace the two committees. The idea behind that creation could have been informed by the fights that have come from those whom we are oversighting, the governors, who are a subject of the reports, which reports have come over and above the work of the two committees, but also the work of the Office of the Auditor General. It does not require an ad hoc committee to do it. Senator Kajwang has simply put, explaining the fact that the membership to these two committees have had first-hand experience in terms of the role that they have made. If we were then to create an ad hoc committee comprising new members, we will definitely be expecting them, first of all, to understand how and what this mandate expects of them as members to do. Number two, in terms of what we have received so far, none, I believe, from among the members of this House have had any deficiency in the report that the two committees have given us. And therefore, I want us, and I want the colleagues on this House to engage in supporting the original motion, and maybe to the extent that we only would wish to give a certain timeline within which these two committees are to give their reports. That could be the only limp of the proposal to amend that I'll support, but otherwise, as regards the creation of an ad hoc committee, Madam Speaker, let us not create one. We have had a debate at Liaison on an implementation committee that previously was there in the standing orders but does not exist anymore. And the justification for that creation was never availed, and it did not get the support. It therefore means that the respective committees and members of that committee who also have got the mandate within the standing orders to follow through the implementation, especially them knowing very well the relevant government agencies, institutions, and personnel in those institutions who are supposed to support the implementation, would be the best placed persons to follow through the implementation. If we were then to bring in new members who will be members of this ad hoc committee, it means we are going to be sort of reinventing the wheel. And therefore, I do not wish that we support the proposal to amend the original motion, but instead give more strength to the two committees by the support that the whole House has given in ensuring that the recommendations that have been made, whether it is to an agency like the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission that reports to JLAC, where I and you, Madam Speaker, sit, ours would be to lend support to the report of CPAC and CPIC and ensure that we follow through the representation that is at the EACC to make sure that if they were supposed to conduct further investigations within a certain timeline, let's say 6 months, we don't allow them to go beyond the 6 months. And if there is any summon required as of any committee of this House to do, we push them to make sure that we implement. Same case applies to other committees. If it's about labor and related committee, Madam Speaker, could you kindly protect me from the character of Senator
Honorable Senators,
Eddie.
can the distinguished senator of
Thank
Bomet
you.
County be heard
Thank
in
you,
silence?
Madam Speaker.
Senator Kajwang, can you settle down? Senator Eddie, don't disrupt the proceedings or the flow of thought from the distinguished senator. Senator Sigeni,
I know Eddie generally as a fine gentleman, but today I think he must have had one too many in form of probably the lunch break that we have had, but I appreciate the support. And Madam Speaker, I was concluding by saying that we do not wish to reinvent the wheel. Let us support, as other select committees of this House, the report and the recommendation that has come from CPAC and the other committees in ensuring that those government agencies mandated to implement, to execute, do so. That is the only way we will strengthen the work of this House. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I do not support this proposed amendment to the original motion. And for avoidance of doubt as well, I, however, fully support the original motion that required us to make those recommendations that will support the oversight role of this House and will call to book and to answer those governors who have been found to have abused their offices in one way or the other by misusing public resources and failing to appear to answer to the concerns raised by the committees of this House and the rest of the public that have done several petitions before the House and other committees of this House. I thank you.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to oppose this amendment to try and amend the motion to provide for the setting up on an ad hoc committee on this matter. Madam Speaker, first of all, this amendment is unconstitutional. If you read Article 2 to 9 of the Constitution, that talks about the oversight of audit reports, it implies that there would be standing committees, oversight committees, that will deal with this matter. So an ad hoc committee may actually be in contravention of the law, the Constitution, for an ad hoc committee to oversight, carry out audit-related oversight roles. That will be against the Constitution. At the same time, Madam Speaker, it will also be against the Public Audit Act, which provides that there would be substantive committees of Parliament that will carry out oversight over audit reports. So this amendment, if carried as it is, will basically make the entire motion unconstitutional and unlawful. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I sit in a liaison committee, and we made a decision at liaison committee that ad hoc committees will be used sparingly, so that we don't have a situation where we have just ad hoc committee for functions that can be carried out by substantive committee. And that decision was made, and that decision stands, and that decision is the decision that has been used even to allocate budgets to committees. So introducing such a committee at this point in time will actually negate that decision by the liaison committee, which is a very important committee in this House. And thirdly, Madam Speaker, the follow-up on the audit report will require institutional memory. If you have 15 members who are new, who are not involved from the start, now being involved to follow up on the implementation, that would be a mistake, and that would actually not lead into any desired results or outcome. So I oppose this amendment, and I call upon members to also oppose this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Sotsi. Senator Mudigi.
Asante Madam Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi
Mudigi
niweze kuchangia mjadala ambayo unaendelea ya kufanya amendment mambo ya park hizi timu mbili vile walikuwa nafanya kazi. Kitu ya kwanza nashukuru sana kwa sababu mahakama ilikubali mangavana wawe wakiingia katika park na ile kamati nyingine iweze kuangalia vile kazi ama utendaji wa kazi ama vile pesa ya wananchi inatumika. Madam Speaker, mimi nikiwa Senator Embu County napinga mjadala wa Senator Randema ya kufanya amendment, kwa sababu tukianja hiyo kitu italete mambo mingi na itaonekana sisi maseneta hakuna kazi huwa tunafanya. Bwana Speaker, mangavana wangetaka tuwasaidie Madam Speaker, wangeandika barua kwa kamati ambaye zile ziko hapa, tukae chini tafute dialogue, na pia kamati ya powers and privileges of Senate. Lakini wakufanya hivyo, Bwana Speaker, walinjipiga kifua, wengine wakatoroka na wakaenda wakakaa chini waikao huko Mombasa. Tulikuwa naona mambo ya wakiongea wakipinga masenators ile kamati mbili. Kwa hivyo Madam Speaker, mimi nikiwa Senator Embu County nakumbusha Senate na watu wa Kenya namna hii. Nakumbuka Madam Speaker, wakati tulikuwa hapa tuliona county 12 ambazo zilikuwa pata pesa kidogo, wale mangavana walitulilia na tukakaa chini Madam Speaker, na hizo county ikapata pesa, na mangavana wengine hizo pesa imewasaidia. Nakumbuka kama kuna gavana mwingine najua kama gavana wa Embu County ameajiri walimu 100 wa ECD saa hii, pia ataajiri madaktari. Kwa hivyo Madam Speaker, nikiwa Senator Embu County nataka niambie magovernors, huwezi kuwa senator wakati unahitaji pesa mwaka ikienda kuisha, baadaye kuja kufanya oversight ama kuongea mambo mengine unakuwa mnapinga. Kwa hiyo Madam Speaker, mimi nasema ile kamati mbili iendelee na kazi yake, mambo ya amendment hakuna anja, ndio uweze kuona tunafanya kazi kulingana ile inafaa. Tukiingilia mambo ya amendment ni kama kumaanisha zile kamati zingine zote ni kama asinjui inafanya kazi namna gani. Kwa hiyo Madam Speaker, ningeomba maseneta wote tuunge mjadala ile wa samani mkono, ndio mangavana waweze kukuja kurundisha na kusema vile wametumia pesa ya umma. Lakini Madam Speaker, ningeomba ING na pia watu wa intelligent na kona zote ile kamati mbili mko na uwezo ya kuleta mambo yote katika seneti hii, tuweze kuona ni mangavana gani ambaye wataki kufanya kazi na kujibu maswali, ndio waweze kuchukuliwa hatua. Na pia Madam Speaker, ningeruhusa ile kamati kama kuna njia yoyote inaweza tumika, ukute kama mwezi wa 6 kama mangavana hawaanza kuwa amerudisha ripoti ya vile wametumia pesa ya county, kama wanaweza kuandika barua iende kwa treasury, ukute wale ile zile counties asitaweza kupata pesa. Kwa hiyo nikiwa senator wa Embu County, mimi napinga mjadala wa Senator Randema. Asante Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mudigi. Senator Hamida.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say I oppose the motion. It's as simple as that. I mean, there's no way that the mother, it's only the mother committee that can sit on this one, but then you cannot have an implementation committee who have not worked on it. And what time do we have, Madam Speaker, for them to scrutinize and work on the report? So I oppose the motion, and it remains that way, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, there are no more senators willing to contribute on this issue. And at this stage, I am putting the question. Can we confirm quorum first? Clerk, can you confirm quorum? Can you confirm quorum again? Confirm quorum. The quorum is confirmed, so I'm proceeding to put the question. Honorable Senators, I put the question that, can you settle down, Honorable Senators? Please take your seats. Senator Eddy, that's the second time you are disrupting honorable members when they are in the course of their business. Honorable Senators, I put the question that the motion be amended by A, deleting the word select committees on CPAC and CPI and SF immediately appearing in paragraph 5 of the motion, and substituting with the words to establish an ad hoc committee comprising 15 senators, 2, and B, inserting a new resolution after the resolution listed at number 4, submit a final report to the Senate within 90 days from its establishment. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is rejected. So, honorable senators, the amendments have not been carried through, so we are reverting back to the original motion, and it's now time for senators to contribute to the original motion. I have Senator Wakoli with a request to speak on this motion. Do you wish to speak on this motion, or it's a mistake on the system? Okay. Senator Wakoli, you could acquit yourself, but by just saying whether you support or do not support the motion, and then we move on.
I don't support the motion.
The original motion. Do you support the original motion?
The original one, yes.
You support?
Yes.
Okay. That's the end of the senators who wish to contribute to the original motion. And now I want to call upon the mover of the motion, Senator Ledama, to reply.
Madam Speaker, accountability is not optional. I thank all the senators who have spoken on this matter. It is time that we take this issue of accountability, fiduciary responsibility, very seriously. I thank all the senators. The governors must listen to this House. This House was established by statute, it was established by the Constitution, and trying to develop their own legislation is to amend the Constitution from the back door. So, Madam Speaker, I thank all the senators who have spoken to this, on this motion, and I do hope that the two committees, CPAC and CPIC, will be able to move expeditiously. And I hope that the committee, and actually the two sides of the aisle, will agree to my motion and hold these governors accountable. It is imperative that you take note of the fourth resolution that we are seeking, which is to cooperate with the other oversight bodies, ESCC, DCI, the Controller of Budget, and the Auditor General, to ensure that everything that this House has resolved to come into fruitful. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg to reply.
Thank you, Senator Ledama. Kindly, Clerk, can you confirm that we have quorum to proceed on with the putting of the question? I confirm that we have quorum pursuant to Standing Order 42. It is ascertained, so, and I also confirm that this, I make a determination that the affect counties. It does. Okay, I confirm and make a determination that the matter does not affect counties. Senate is giving itself responsibility on the oversight. Honorable Senators, I put the question that aware that Article 96(1) and 3 of the Constitution mandates the Senate to represent counties, protect their interests, and oversee national revenue allocated to county governments, and that Article 229(8) and the Public Audit Act require Parliament to debate audit reports and act within 3 months, concerned that despite repeated invitations and summons, 15 county governors defied the select committees on CPAC and CPI and SF by refusing to appear and answer for financial mismanagement and accountability failures in the Auditor General's year 2024-2025 reports, appreciating that CPAC and CPI and SF diligently interrogated the Auditor General's issues, filed reports within constitutional timelines, and secured Senate approval on 31st March 2026, noting the urgent need for rigorous follow-up on these recommendations and ongoing Senate oversight of the implementation. Now, therefore, notwithstanding Standing Order 225, the Senate resolves that the select committees on CPAC and CPI and SF immediately, 1, track implementation of the Senate-approved recommendations and table monthly progress reports detailing compliance status. 2, fast-track the next audit cycle by prioritizing Auditor General's reports on county financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2026, tabling committee reports promptly to enable thorough senatorial scrutiny. 3, enforce fiduciary accountability by resummoning non-compliant county governors, recommending sanctions for defiance, including budget withholding under Article 229, and escalating unresolved cases to the Controller of Budget, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission or Director of Public Prosecutions as appropriate. 4, collaborate with oversight bodies, Controller of Budget, EACC, and DPP to impose consequences under Chapter 6, Leadership and Integrity, for governors' failure to appear, including contempt charges, suspension of county equitable share, personal liability for losses, and disqualification from future electoral candidacies. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Honorable Senators, I will reorganize the order paper and defer order number 9 to number 12 because we do not have the requisite quorum, and we'll also further reorganize order number 13 up to order number 22 and defer the same pending quorum issues, and now proceed on to the next order. Next order, number 23.
Order number 23, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Health on a petition to the Senate by the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, KUCO, regarding alleged discrimination, interference, and violation of clinical officers' practice rights by the Ministry of Health, the Council of Governors, and the Social Health Authority. Resumption of debate.
Senator Cherargei, were you the one on the floor when this motion was deferred to today? Senator Cherargei, you have a balance of 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will utilize it properly. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, coincidentally, you are also on the seat. I think so. I'm privileged, and I want to repeat what I said yesterday, that I am the one who read this petition on behalf of the Kenya Union Council of Clinical Officers, KUCO. Madam Speaker, and yesterday I liked the history of clinical officers, that most of them ensure our facilities function wherever they are. Madam Speaker, I want to thank, as I second this report from the Committee on Health, that they have made serious recommendations in terms of ensuring that clinical officers are empaneled by the SHA. Madam Speaker, Social Health Authority, which they have been excluded, Madam Speaker, and you know, it was subjecting them to double licensing because clinical officers are already licensed by the Clinical Officers Council, and they used to operate under NHIF in the 1,000 facilities that were there. And we have to appreciate, Madam Speaker, that clinical officers are over 30,000 in this country, both in public and private facilities. And therefore, it was subjecting them to discrimination. That is violation of Article 27, Madam Speaker, because you cannot tell them to be licensed by Clinical Council of Kenya, then Clinical Officers Council, then you call them to also being licensed by Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, KMPDC, which is contrary to the law. And I'm happy the Committee of Health found that as a violation of their rights, violation of the law, and by extent it undermines Article 43 on provision of quality health care in the country. Madam Speaker, also another aspect I wanted to appeal, and I'm happy the CS was here today, is the ping-pong of universal health coverage, Madam Speaker. You remember the issue of UHC, and the Minister and the Council of Governors must be called out because they are yet to transit the universal health coverage officers, Madam Speaker, and even who are in Global Fund, Madam Speaker. That matter was resolved, and the Ministry of Health has agreed to transfer, including the payments, severance payment, and other payments under your UHC program to the counties. Madam Speaker, the UHC staff must know that the failure of confirmation has been occasioned by non-compliance by Council of Governors or various county governors and county governments across the country. Madam Speaker, I think in future we might cite Council of Governors and the governors in the country are being the biggest violators of human rights, including labor rights, because, Madam Speaker, you being one of the senior lawyers in Article 41 of the Constitution, labor rights is a basic right and it should be protected as so. And I know even in Migori, the situation is similar. It goes without going concern. And the young man from Migori, Senator Eti, one of the young men elected under ODM, but I don't see him attending the regional rally in Malindi. I hope he will be included, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the issue of internship posting delays has left over 5,400 qualified practitioners, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, some of these interns are the age of your sons and daughters, Madam Speaker. So it is very unfortunate that the issue of UHC, and I've been very passionate about it, that the UHC, Madam Speaker, the history of UHC, in 2020, when the soldiers in barracks could not come out, when the bombs could not become relevant, when the bullets were useless, the only real heroes of the fight against COVID-19 was universal health coverage staff, Madam Speaker. They have been frustrated. They have been depressed, Madam Speaker, because there is a ping-pong game being played by the governors in this country. They want to employ their court jesters instead of confirming these 5,400 UHC staff, Madam Speaker, including the Global Fund staff, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it is very unfortunate. They must be confirmed, Madam Speaker. And I call upon, I'm happy the Ministry of Health has indicated that now the role and Kenyans and UHC staff that are watching us today, they should go to their governor's office and demand that they must be observed into permanent and pensionable, Madam Speaker. Even diploma and clinical officers need their allowances to be appraised, Madam Speaker, which is very critical, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Public Service Commission approved cancer guidelines for clinical officers in May 2024, but the county governments have failed to follow, Madam Speaker. It has to be noted. This undermines career progression, promotions, and fair redesignation and prioritization for clinical officers, and that is why SHA does not have any reason why to deny clinical officers from being empaneled under SHA, that they don't need to go beyond KMPDC, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to make a point that even in Nandi, 3 months, nurses in Nandi are yet to be paid their stipend as per the law, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I always wonder whether governors live in utopia or in Mars, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether they live. These people should know that our nurses, our health practitioners, have their families to feed. They have rent to pay. They have school fees to pay, Madam Speaker. Why are we becoming insensitive? This culture of not paying stipend to nurses, for example, by the governor of Nandi, has embarrassed everybody, Madam Speaker. When we visited Meteite the other day, we visited Kapsabet County Referral, we visited Nandils, Madam Speaker. They cannot even pay staff. The hospital is very dirty. The toilets are in deplorable conditions, Madam Speaker. In fact, if you go to Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, Madam Speaker, and you are sick, you will decline to be admitted. You go back with your sickness. Because if you stay in hospital, you become more sick, Madam Speaker. So it is very unfortunate that we must address the issue of UHC under the guidelines of Public Service Commission, and county governments must. These are the conversations we should be having with Council of Governors, not about an appearance to answer audit queries. These are the real conversation, Madam Speaker. Even the Global Fund staff, when the USAID was removed, those Global Aid Fund staff must be observed in our counties because health is devolved under 4th schedule of the Constitution of Kenya, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the return to work agreement and collective bargaining agreement must and should be fully implemented. They must be posting of all clinical officers due for internship with harmonized payments for PSC circulars as per the Public Service Circulars and in consultation under Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Madam Speaker. This will ensure that clinical officers who are the beacon of our success story on health, and I want to repeat what I said yesterday, Madam Speaker, the success and failure of devolution in our country will only be based on one thing. It will be based on the success of health as a house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the report came from health in Wajir. People are living in crash-touch TP patients. They are not being given proper food and even medication in Wajir County, Madam Speaker. Yet, we are seeing the governors discussing other mundane issues that should not be relevant, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need all these people to ensure that the MOUs and CBAs and return to work formula must and should be ensured. Madam Speaker, even in Nandi, for example, when we were there, we were being told the casuals are the ones doing cleaning, but they are not being paid their wages, Madam Speaker, and they are a very critical component in our health sector, especially in Nandi. I know other counties have outsourced the issue of cleanliness, Madam Speaker. You see the buildings that the newborn unit, Madam Speaker. We found in Kapsabet, the Kapsabet County Referral Hospital does not have a functional mortuary, Madam Speaker. We only have one functional mortuary at Nandil Sub-County Hospital Level 4, which has a capacity of 38 bodies, Madam Speaker. The program, you know, there is a lot of underperformance in terms of access to medical care. And you know Article 43, Madam Speaker, being one of the chair of women senators in the House, you need to come out strongly. Because we went to maternity wards, Madam Speaker. The women, the cleanliness, you got newborn unit, Madam Speaker, there is no way they are taking care. And you know some of these children are born not at full term by a mother. And they need newborn unit, they need where they can keep their baby safe. I know as the chair of female senators in this House, you must push through Linda Jamii. I know Kenyans should understand that Linda Mama was changed into Linda Jamii to ensure that these things are focused. So I want to thank the Committee of Health, Madam Speaker, for coming strongly and ensuring that clinical officers should and must be empaneled to the Social Health Authority without necessarily, Madam Speaker, through KMPDC, because they have been already cleared or licensed by clinical officers of Kenya. Madam Speaker, can I get 3 minutes so that I wind because I was seconded?
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, if you have like that, you will be the senator of Murang'a County. Or I don't know whether you want to be the county MP. Madam Speaker, and therefore I was insisting, and I hope Kenya Union Council of Clinical Officers must and ensure that the report we have done is to agree with them. And I will talk to our brother who is doing a good job, CS Aden Duale, to ensure we remove bureaucracies in terms of empanelment so that access to medical care should be. And I want to say in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I know on Friday we'll be hosting His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya in Murang'a, and I'm happy there is excitement in Murang'a about hosting the President in Murang'a. I know Murang'a is one of the strongholds of President William Ruto and the broad-based government. Madam Speaker, the issue SHA is working. But you know, Kenyans think it does not work because when they go to an hospital, they don't get drugs. And they spend out of output. Because you see, by the time patient walks into an hospital, they get consultation, they get laboratory tests, they get to be treated by the doctor. But when prescription of drugs are done, because governors have failed providing drugs, Madam Speaker, the Kenyans think that it's not working because the drugs are not in the hospital. So it is the challenge to Council of Governors, including in Migori, in Homa Bay, Madam Speaker, in Nandi, to provide drugs so that when a SHA patient works in Migori County Referral Hospital, Madam Speaker, they are able to get the medical service and get the drugs, Madam Speaker. So SHA is working. That is why 30.5 million Kenyans are registered today, Madam Speaker. And Kenya is one of the top upper middle level income economy. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, because I saw a minister in Tanzania trying to answer President William Ruto about the middle income status of Kenya. The economy in Kenya is doing better than Tanzania, and we will not allow anybody who is below the president to answer them. We expect the president of equal country to answer them. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to second. I was watching the changeover, so I thought I would.
Thank you, Senator Cheradige. Enough, Senator Eddie Okech. No, sorry, Senator Kajwang. Sorry for that, Senators. Senator Cheradige was seconding, not debating. So I'll propose, Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Health on a petition to the Senate by the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, KUKO, regarding alleged discrimination, interference, and violation of clinical officers' practice rights by the Ministry of Health, the Council of Governors, and the Social Health Authority, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 1st April 2026. And now the motion is open for debate by the senators. And I invite Senator Eddie Okech to debate this motion.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. You see, right now, I am becoming of age in this House, so I could not be able to let a procedural element of this motion pass. That's why I was a little bit impatient when you called me, Madam Speaker. It was not in any terms to disregard your dignity. But that said, Mr. Speaker now, Mr. Speaker, the issue of healthcare in this country is a wanting one. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that this is a devolved function for which we must not lose our sight on. Because anything that affects clinical officers, Mr. Speaker, affects the entire healthcare. Because clinical officers, Mr. Speaker, they are the primary healthcare delivery unit in our country. There is nothing you can be able to think about when you think about healthcare in this country without thinking about who becomes the first point of contact when any patients walk to any health facility that we have in this country. And time without number, we have seen a lot of patients, a lot of management in terms of how these clinical officers show up to for our people when they get to the hospitals. And it is not only in terms of normal treatments, Mr. Speaker, but also at times when we have got emergencies that need critical attention. The frontline emergency care is given by these clinical officers. A number of times, you can remember that during the times of COVID, these were the people whose life were put in danger when they were trying to come in crucial moment in managing emergency medical services for our people. And it cannot be understated to say that any time that they have got CBAs that are supposed to be honored by different governments, that is the county government and national governments, they are not honored, Mr. Speaker. We must stand firm as a Senate for clinical officers in this country, Mr. Speaker. And this is not just for the sake of it. It is crucial to understand that if you look at countries that have made advancement in terms of medical stability, you will understand, Mr. Speaker, that the medical stability of any country is based on the cost of delivery of any medical facilities. And that cost of delivery, Mr. Speaker, if there are people who contribute to the reduced healthcare costs and even better retention of any services that are given to them, Mr. Speaker, it is the clinical officers compared to the doctors. Because these clinical officers, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that they help address the entire shortages that we face in terms of workforce in any hospital facility, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes they have even struggled where there is no specialized access to any form of care. Even where they struggle, they still try and lend a hand, Mr. Speaker. So we, as a people, must come up with a way of actually protecting them. And that brings me to, in a very brief way, add my voice that this report, when you read it, Mr. Speaker, is a report that actually reflects a lot of issues that we end up dealing with in CPIC. Because in CPIC committee, where I'm the vice chair and Senator Sosi is the chair, we continuously deal with serious issues of healthcare in our healthcare facilities that are akin to what has been reported here, which is why I want to support this very strongly. To start with, Mr. Speaker, we have seen time without number a failed attempt by government to try to rally the country from seeing the national government as well as respective county governments not responding to all the collective bargain agreements that have been put in place by the Council of the Clinical Officers, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, Mr. Speaker, there was a collective bargain agreement that was signed. It was disregarded. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, there was another collective agreement that was signed regarding salaries and promotions and working conditions, Mr. Speaker. This was regarded. And the third part, Mr. Speaker, is that it is disregarded in so callous a way that even when we go to negotiations that have been time without number in the Finance and Budget Committee, when we go to the mediation for the monies that should go to counties, and even we successfully end up bargaining for additional allocation for people like healthcare workers, community healthcare workers. We have done this before, Mr. Speaker. Clinical officers, you remember last year, Mr. Speaker, I was sent out of this house for simply standing for this group of people by saying that there is no way national government can try to send a payroll to counties and say that they are mainstreaming this class of workers to county governments without having that function being followed by budget. I was thrown out of this house, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this must stop, because if we don't stand up for these people, Mr. Speaker, the morale to even respond to emergency situation, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes be that point of contact in primary health care becomes a serious program. So you must be able to fight not only for salary increment, Mr. Speaker, but I've dealt with reports, a time without number, of a number of counties where you start realizing that it is not only the issue of low salaries that are not being affected, but also, Mr. Speaker, serious unpaid salaries and serious arrears that we end up having with these people not getting their monies. Mr. Speaker, I have got a number of counties that I can count them. It's just that there's no time. But if you look at our reports in CPIC, there are counties that have not paid clinical officers for over 21 months. Mr. Speaker, just imagine a clinical officer showing up to a health facility day in, day out, dealing with the dangers of dealing with emergency and contamination sometimes where there's no proper equipment, and then goes without being paid for 21 months. It's a shame. It is injustice to this class of people who stabilize our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, apart from this, we have seen a time without number the issue of job security, where contractual insecurity has permeated in our healthcare system, where many clinical officers, Mr. Speaker, particularly if you think about those who are of the caliber that do address the issue of universal health care coverage, Mr. Speaker, that we have in this country, we had the same fight. The minister showed up here, the CS Duale. And time without number, he refused to address that issue. That why is it that there is no job security to clinical officers in this country, so that if you are going to mainstream them in counties and remove them in the national payroll, can you be able to follow up with ensuring that there is proper financing and proper budgeting to ensure that they are put in permanent and pensionable schemes in this country that other people enjoy? Because surely without them, there's no stability in our Medicare. Mr. Speaker, alongside this, in this report, I have seen the issue of career progression. Mr. Speaker, if there is something that has been difficult to implement in this country, is making sure that clinical officers have got proper career progression. There is no place that we see a lot of stagnation in this country like these people who are taken just as mere indices for success in our hospitals. Mr. Speaker, we must fight and make sure that career progression of clinical officers is not only an issue of law and implementation, but also made as a timely promotion, where somebody who has achieved a certain kind of experience must be promoted on time and must be given the designation that they deserve, and make sure that they are not frustrated in the course of giving service because they don't see any career promotion, whether vertically and most importantly, vertically, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, close to my heart is this issue of poor working environment, Mr. Speaker. There is no challenges that these people face, like the working conditions that we see in our hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have made it my own habit that on 1st of every year, when we are celebrating New Year's, I don't go to any activity, but instead I go to our hospitals in Migori County to just see the sick, to visit them, and see how they are getting service, as well as see if I can be able to help a few. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the Migori District Referral Hospital, the condition in which the clinical officers are working in Migori Hospital is pathetic. Despite the fact that the governor of Migori County parades himself with millions of money every weekend, donating to churches, donating to funerals, donating to different activities, Mr. Speaker, tunes of millions of shillings, Mr. Speaker, the clinical officers in our facilities in Migori County have got no personal protective gears, what we call PPEs, and Mr. Speaker, the risk that they face is humongous, Mr. Speaker. There is no even proper way of dealing with clinical wastes in these hospitals, Mr. Speaker, so that a medical practitioner goes and helps a patient, and then he himself or herself is exposed to serious risks of being able to face contamination of the same waste that they are trying to solve in the hospital, Mr. Speaker. I have seen surgical operations happen in Migori County, Mr. Speaker, where even a simple place for a patient to be able to defecate is not possible, Mr. Speaker. People use kind of water that if you see, you wonder how are these clinical officers even surviving this kind of poor environmental exposure, to the extent that the unsafe conditions that they experience, especially in our level 4 and level 5 hospitals, Mr. Speaker, is something that we must support this report for, and we must follow it the same way we have followed on the report that we have just passed the implementation mechanism, and we must put an implementation mechanism that will ensure that the tenets of this report are achieved, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because I know my brother Senator Kajuang is keen to contribute in this, Mr. Speaker, a time without number in the reports that I've gone through in CPIC committee as the vice chair of CPIC, there is nothing that has been so painful to see. Like a clinical officer has been able to work, their salary is not coming on time, it is minute salary, and then they still face a serious issue that has been indicated here of non-remittance of statutory deduction, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, that somebody who is having a meager earning, there is audacity among people working in county to collide among themselves and then take money meant for SHA from this group of people and not deliver it. Take money meant for payee and not deliver it. Take money meant for NITA and not deliver it where it is needed. Take money meant for NSSF and not remit it, Mr. Speaker. Then they are putting these clinical officers to reeling debt with statutory deductions, Mr. Speaker, so that they are going to be exposed to serious issues of interest, serious issues of penalties, that apart from the fact that they will not be able to have stability of disposable income in their lives, they will also continuously be paying for this debt, Mr. Speaker. This is something that must stop, and as a House, we must be able to be the champions for the welfare and well-being of this particular classification of people who are stabilizing our healthcare system. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few remarks, I hope that this House will arise not to the occasion of just passing and adopting and passing this motion. I mean, this report has been indicated, Mr. Speaker, but I hope that we can be able to go an extra mile and follow through on the tenets of this report and make sure that clinical officers in our country have got proper welfare services and have got proper unionization in terms of the strength with which issues that they have raised in their unions can be able to be implemented by both the national government as well as the county governments. With those few or many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I gladly support this report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddie, thank you for your contribution. I now call upon Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I want to first commend the committee led by Senator Mandago for bringing this report. This report is a matter of great national concern because clinical officers are often misunderstood. And yet, they are mid-level health professionals who, in many cases, are the only people available to attend to patients across the counties. In fact, some of them end up doing even minor surgeries. Mr. Speaker, clinical officers, or to be a clinical officer, it is a regulated profession, just like law or accountancy or procurement or engineering, because you have a clinical officers council that currently looks after close to 30,000 people. Mr. Speaker, we do recall early in the year, every other day that the House was sitting, you'd hear some vuvuzelas and whistles being blown out there. These were clinical officers who were demonstrating their constitutional right to protest, to picket, and to take measures to advance the welfare of their members. And Mr. Speaker, when this petition came to this House, it followed a 99-day strike. Way back in 2024, clinical officers were on strike for 99 days, almost 100 days. And Mr. Speaker, you'd ask yourself, if critical health workers are not working for 99 days, what does that say about the country's health? Later on in 2025, December, up to January 2026, for 36 days, the clinical officers were on a go-slow, and they were around. You could see them every other week on the streets. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes we think that clinical officers are idle, but the issues that they brought before the House and the issues that led to their strike are issues that we must deal with. And I'm glad that this Committee of Health, having considered the petition, has made certain recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the issues of concern that were brought to the Senate for its determination was that clinical officers are also allowed to run facilities. But when the Social Health Authority and the new health laws came into force, facilities run by clinical officers were not empaneled. And those facilities, we are told, are close to 1,000. So you've got about 1,000 facilities which could be providing basic primary health delivery, but they've not been empaneled under SHA, and therefore citizens cannot get services from them. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is a critical matter. Even though the committee has indicated that the Law Society of Kenya went to court over this matter, and the committee has told us that it considered the matter to be sub judice, and therefore it did not give any recommendation on it. Without wading into the substantive matters in court, I believe that clinical officers, once properly licensed, and their facilities, once properly licensed, there is no need to lock them out. Indeed, this country requires more facilities to be able to deliver the dream of universal health to the 55 million Kenyans. And if you find that a clinical officer has made an investment, and it's an investment that is properly regulated, properly licensed, there should be no problem for them to be empaneled under SHA. But we shall leave that determination to the court. The other prayer, Mr. Speaker, was for clinical officers to be allowed to pre-authorize. And pre-authorization is an important step in medical claims management. Mr. Speaker, if clinical officers are regulated as per the Clinical Officers Act, one would argue that some of them have degrees, some have even postgraduate qualifications, that with a proper framework, there is no reason why they should not be allowed to pre-authorize. In fact, for private insurance companies that run medical insurance schemes, sometimes pre-authorization is done not just by the doctor, but even by, by the nurses or case managers, as the case may be. And so I hope that this issue of pre-authorization, even though it has not been indicated whether it was sub judice, but it makes sense for them to be given the right to pre-authorize medical claims cases. The key issue that the committee dealt with was on the return to work formula. As I indicated, clinical officers had been on strike for a collective duration of 135 days between the year 2024 to January 2026. And that definitely must have put a dent in healthcare provision in this country. Mr. Speaker, the return to work formula that was last signed between the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers and the Council of Governors brought to a halt a devastating situation where many of the facilities where Kenyans were expected to get primary service were not offering that. And it was a sigh of relief. However, the challenge was financing, because the return to work formula had certain financial implications. It had the Trade Union for Clinical Officers negotiated better medical risk allowances. They negotiated certain matters to do with career progression, and there was also the issue of conversion of the earlier UHC staff and Global Fund staff to permanent and pensionable terms. And I do believe that this House also stands with the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers to ensure that those pioneers in UHC, and some of us were in this House when the initial pilot of UHC was undertaken in a few counties, we would want to guarantee them that as pioneers, that they would have a future, and that they would not just be thrown out now that we've got a new substantive scheme in place, but that there'll be a transition for them from the initial UHC to the framework that we currently have. The costing of implementation of this return to work formula in the budget policy statement was 8.94 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that National Treasury, when they brought their budget plans to Parliament, they indicated clearly that the additional allocation that will be going to county governments, 8.94 billion, ought to be ring-fenced for fulfillment of the agreement between the Council of Governors and the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. And Mr. Speaker, I will be very happy as a member of this House who participates in division of revenue and allocation of revenue and in coming up with a formula for sharing of revenue amongst counties. I'll be very happy to support that we send 8.94 billion additional to county governments to enable them take care of the clinical officers. And once we do that, we do not expect clinical officers to be back on the street again, picketing and blowing whistles and vuvuzelas the way they did for 135 days in the last 1 year. And personally, as a senator for Homa Bay, I want to give the clinical officers the confidence and the promise that my vote will be yes to an additional 8.94 billion to go towards their return to work formula. It does not matter what disagreement there may be between the Senate and the Council of Governors. It does not matter whether a governor and the senator are friends. What matters is that we, the people we represent, should be dear to our hearts, and we should look at them as the reason for us being in those offices. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, on the 8.94 billion additional to clinical officers, I hope and I believe that my colleagues will join me in making sure that this money goes to counties. And when it goes to counties, we pray that governors are going to put it to use. And this is a problem we are having, Mr. Speaker, that we stand here and eloquently speak about how counties need more money. And when we send that money to the counties, the people who are the chief executive officers of those entities do not want to come back to account. It cannot be that we always want to get more, and yet when you're called to account, we never show up. Mr. Speaker, in the division of revenue, I would also be happy this time, and this House must take a firm position. The community health volunteers or community health workers are still being paid from two sources, 2,500 from the national government, 2,500 from the county governments. Sometimes the county government is late, sometimes the national government is late. And yet, these are the main troops, these are the people at the forefront on this war against disease. This war that we waged even at independence. We took independence and said that we still had certain enemies, and one of the key enemies was disease. We must treat our community health volunteers in a better way. And that means the 2,500 that the national government is still holding should be sent to county governments. Mr. Speaker, community health volunteers should be employees, should have direct reporting lines to county governments. If there is national government intervention that they're expected to do, in proper corporate governance, you say it will be a dotted line reporting to the national government. But community health workers are critical assets for primary health care provision. They need to be remunerated properly. They need to be paid from a central point. And so, dear members, I hope that this time round we can take away the money that the national government has been holding for community health workers, take it to county governments, and put the county governments to account and ensure that all the community health workers are getting it. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, governors sometimes complain about the fiscal responsibility indicators and fiscal responsibility targets that we have put in our Public Finance Management Act. Governors would argue that if you onboard all the UHC staff, if you onboard all the former Global Fund staff, then my wage bill is going to go above 35%. Mr. Speaker, I am very ready to have a conversation between the Senate, between the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, between the National Treasury, between the Council of Governors, and all the relevant players. It is my conviction that an investment by a county government into the salaries and remuneration of people who are involved in human capacity development should not be looked at as operational. Because the question has been, the salary for doctors and nurses, is it CAPEX or is it OPEX? In my view, when you employ a doctor, that doctor is a unit and a factor of production. And perhaps the cost of that doctor should be capitalized. It should not be taken as OPEX. We need accounting framework, Mr. Speaker, where critical workers in counties, doctors, nurses, early childhood education, agricultural extension workers, engineers, etc., we can categorize them separately so that a county is not afraid to hire more doctors because they're afraid of the 35% baseline. And it is a conversation that have floated to a number of governors. It is a conversation that have floated to the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board that we might need to reclassify certain expenditure. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there are other operational support staff in counties. That must still be looked at as OPEX. But their development and capacity-oriented workers in counties, Mr. Speaker, we must look at them from a capital perspective. That way, counties will be able to hire more nurses, hire more ECD teachers, and that they'll be able to hire people who add actual value. We have seen situations, Mr. Speaker, of even county assemblies. A county assembly has hit its employment ceiling, and yet it does not have a single legal counsel, does not have a single fiscal analyst. And you wonder, a county assembly, which is supposed to be doing legislation without a legal counsel, that's supposed to be scrutinizing budgets without a fiscal analyst. And it's because of that blanket categorization that all employee salaries should be operationalized. There are some people who deliver such a big service to our counties and some people whose services are development in nature. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that governors will also take that argument and we advance it so that we have more useful people in our county governments. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the health laws that we passed when we sat in Turkana can only succeed if counties are alive to the fact that primary health care delivery is their responsibility. At the moment, you find everyone criticizing SHA, including the county governors themselves, forgetting that they are also players in this race, forgetting that SHA will look bad because someone went to a county facility and didn't get medication. And we have seen some bad habits, Mr. Speaker. When we passed the Facility Improvement Fund Act, we said that all proceeds from health facilities should be retained for purposes of improving services, procuring medication, and taking care of basics. Some counties have come up with county legislation where whatever facilities collect, 20% is remitted back to the Treasury, and that 20% is then used for general budget support without any relationship to health service delivery. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the Health Committee recently pronounced itself on such a matter in one of the counties that it visited, and even the Public Accounts Committee has also been confronted by that matter, and we have stated clearly that national legislation overrides county legislation, and where there is an inconsistency, national legislation shall prevail. So I want to urge the county governors, the members of county assembly, to ensure that their Facility Improvement Fund acts at the county level are aligned to the national legislation, because that is the only way we can ensure that whatever we collect from these facilities goes back to be reinvested in those facilities, so that someone coming with the universal health cover and is looking for treatment at a level 2, level 3, level 4 hospital does not stigmatize SHA because the facility is bad. A lot of the bad vibe about SHA is because the facilities themselves are not up to speed. You go to facilities, sometimes you find the clinical officers are on a go-slow, you find the nurses or doctors are on a go-slow because they've not been paid for an extended period. You find there is no medication in the facility. It is not the national government to provide medication and medicine in facilities. It is a responsibility of the governors. And so people will say SHA is not working when they come to a facility and there is no medicine and they are told to go and buy from an external facility. Whose problem is that? Is that the problem of the national government, or that's a problem of the county government? They will say SHA is not working when they come to a public facility and the doctors and nurses are on a go-slow. Whose problem is that? Is that the problem of William Ruto in Nairobi, or it is a problem of the county government? They will come, they'll say SHA is not working when they come to a health facility and they find patients are sharing beds, ambulances are not there. That is a failure of the county governments. Mr. Speaker, those are some of the things that we hope that governors would engage this Senate on, to find ways of ensuring that as they are the ones with the constitutional responsibility of primary healthcare provision, we also provide them with adequate resources, because resourcing has been the biggest problem. And we have undertaken that in this budget, 8.94 billion will come for purposes of the clinical officers, and we would be willing to negotiate for even more, but that can only be done if the heads of the county governments can demonstrate fidelity to the Constitution, can demonstrate fidelity to accountability, and can accept to be oversighted, and can accept to be advised and directed by this Senate. Mr. Speaker, I support this report of the Health Committee, and I do pray that with the recommendations that we have made, where we have asked the various entities to provide time-bound implementation matrix for realization of the return to work formula, for conversion and onboarding of UHC staff, for empanelment of facilities run by clinical officers, and for according of pre-authorization rights to clinical officers. I do believe that if these are implemented, then the history of strikes, 100-day strikes, will end. And if our clinical officers are reporting to duty every other day as required, I believe that it will reflect on the overall outcomes, overall health outcomes of the country, and will also improve the universal health coverage that this country has boldly and bravely piloted. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I do support.
Thank you, Senator Kanzwang. Now, honorable senators, from my dashboard, there is no other senator seeking to contribute to this particular motion. And in the absence of the mover, I hereby direct that reply to this motion be deferred to tomorrow, so that the mover of the motion can reply and we progress to process from there. I will rearrange the order paper and direct that order number 30 be called out.
Order number 30, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2025, second reading.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, I want to move this motion, which is the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important bill that I'm bringing to this House because, Mr. Speaker, more perceptive as most of us might know, we have had a lot of
Senator Okech. Properly move.
Yeah, so
the bill.
I wish to move that this bill be read for the second time, Mr. Speaker. And then I can then continue by just, bring attention of this House to the fact that we all know that the construction sector plays a very serious role in the development of our country. When you think about any infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, there is no any infrastructure that can build without a proper construction mechanism. And so is our economy, because really, Mr. Speaker, having been the chair of finance and budget, having been the chair of transport, roads, and housing, and having served in the finance and budget of the Senate, the Committee of Finance and Budget in the Senate, and also having served as the CPIC chair, vice chair, I can assure you that construction plays a critical role in the economic growth of our country. In fact, if you look at all the sectors that do ensure stable income to our people, construction is leading in all of them. In the same way the construction industry leads in contributing to our economic well-being as a nation, it is equally the same way it also leads in impacting our environment, Mr. Speaker. And therefore it's critical to start looking at what are these impacts that the construction sector is having in our country. Of course, looking at the positive impact is an easy assessment for all of us, but definitely looking at the overarching negative impacts and negative externalities of construction in this country is a major problem that we're still having in this country, Mr. Speaker. And because many countries right now have made strides in terms of climate change response and dealing with the environmental pressure that comes with climate change, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that we must play a catch-up with other countries. Today, if you go to Germany, Mr. Speaker, you will find that even mere housing construction or any other form of construction, whether it is a commercial building or residential building, there is an intentional way with which Germany is looking at responding to climate change, whether that is in terms of following the carbon footprints of those particular constructions, or whether it is the issue of making sure that there is good use of energy or conservation of water or linearity in terms of consumption of anything that has got waste. It is important that that country is looking at making sure that environmental understanding is put into a serious housing code of anything that is being constructed in Germany. And that is not dissimilar to what is happening in Netherlands either. Because if you go to Netherlands, there is no any construction that is now going on. The National Housing Code of Netherlands is very keen to ensuring that environmental sustainability and cost division in development of housing is something that must be critically looked into. If you go to Sweden, Mr. Speaker, and other Nordic countries, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that it is crucial to be able to consider the National Housing Code in a way that do embrace environmental sustainability. And again, this is not dissimilar to our brothers and sisters who come from the East, whether it is in Indonesia or Malaysia or the famous Singapore, which, Mr. Speaker, time without number, I've always argued that when the president and the broad-basers say that we want to make development akin to Singapore, the attempt is not in whatsoever an attempt to take Kenyans to be Singaporeans or have people migrate to go to Singapore, but it is in the quest of being able to adopt to international and global standards that do define development in those countries. And one of those that I do admire is the idea of being able to have serious understanding of carbon footprints in places like Singapore when they are constructing their roads, when they are constructing their buildings, and when they are doing any other form of construction in their country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think it is time that this bill must be introduced in this House to be able to help the National Construction Authority rethink the entire regulation framework in terms of just thinking about climate change response and resilience in terms of where and when we are doing our buildings, Mr. Speaker. I do understand, Mr. Speaker, that there has been an attempt to actually rethink our entire architecture of the National Housing Code. I think that right now, Mr. Speaker, we are still hugely dependent on the housing code that was established in 1962. Between 1962 and now, Mr. Speaker, many things have happened. Many things have happened in different countries that we are competing with. Climate change has become a serious conversation. As late as 1988, when a scientist called Johnson came with this idea of climate problems to NASA, Mr. Speaker, this was a NASA scientist, and brought it to the United Nations, Mr. Speaker, we have lagged behind, even about thinking about just the outside environment and not the housing environment. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill seeks to ensure that we can be able to amend Section 5 of the National Construction Authority Act, the Mother Act, that is CAP 118, to ensure that that amendment can insert specific requirements related to climate change responsiveness in ensuring that the housing that we are going to develop from the time this bill will be passed can ensure that there are regulations, there are proper laws, and there are proper guidance that can put a mechanism for which we can be able to address the risks that come with climate change, Mr. Speaker. So if you check on clause 2 of this bill, for instance, Mr. Speaker, you will find amazing proposals. But let me just start by saying that if you look at Section 3 of this Act, I'm proposing here that we need to look at the authority's capacity of being able to put up agencies that could be relevant to this idea of climate change. Because if you're building our houses, Mr. Speaker, and people are just doing them with some designated zoning that happened in 1962 and continuously have happened for the last 50 years, Mr. Speaker, yet these new buildings that are being constructed now, Mr. Speaker, are constructed at a time when climate response is the most important thing that defines budgeting, defines resilience, and also defines protection of hazardous nature, of vagaries of nature, Mr. Speaker. It is critical that we look into the entire agencies that deal with housing construction. I want to give you, for example, Mr. Speaker, we have been dealing with the issue of energy and how energy has become difficult to find even in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Rural electrification has been a major issue that people have been able to talk about, and that rural electrification do take a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, is there a chance that there are some environments that when you are doing construction of both residential housing as well as commercial housing, you can start considering solar energy systems as a part of legally integrated requirement into those constructions, for instance? Because if you want to only depend in a place like Turkana, where there's abundant solar, and you want to only depend on being able to extend the national grid by hydropower to go all the way to Turkana, yet there is resource in solar energy, Mr. Speaker, we are missing the equation and conversation around this issue of climate resilience and climate sustainable housing and construction in our country, Mr. Speaker. Close to that, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you for a fact that energy using wind is a very strong opportunity for the country, Mr.
Senator
Speaker.
Osotsi, you will hold
Senator Eddy.
Senator Eddy, sorry, you will hold your thoughts there. And when the House resumes, you will have 50 minutes to conclude on moving your bill. Now, Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 23rd of April, 2026 at 2:30 p.m.